Chapter 834. Zichen's strength had completely frightened Tang Yun. His opponent was clearly an existence comparable to a Xiantian realm warrior. Moreover, his strength was similar to his own. He was no match for him. Taking advantage of being pushed back, Tang Yun turned around and fled. However, in terms of speed, he was naturally much slower than Zichen. With the heavenly lightning wings, the 9 deaths of lightning was displayed. Among those of the same level, all the extreme speed movement techniques were inferior. Zichen chased after Tang Yun. At this place, after the Torvosaurus killed the 2 Xiantian realm warriors, the battle ended prematurely. Terrifying, too terrifying. The 2 Xiantian realm warriors who hadn't participated in the battle were filled with shock. Even Tang Yun was defeated and fled. They were glad that they knew their limits and didn't dare to make a move earlier. As for the other 4, they were still complaining that the 2 weren't loyal. However, after Tang Yun ran away, they immediately gave up the battle. On the ground, there were 2 gradually cold corpses. The Torvosaurus once again returned to its miniature size. However, the pressure on its body didn't disappear. The 6 of them stayed together. Under the Torvosaurus' gaze, they didn't dare to leave. Further away, there were some people who came to join in the fun. They came here to try their luck and find the lightning essence. Tang Yun's reputation was great here. Seeing Tang Yun run away, they were also extremely shocked. At this moment, everyone was guessing whether Tang Yun could escape. If it was any other time, they would naturally think that Tang Yun could escape. After all, if a Xiantian realm warrior insisted on escaping, even a Xiantian realm warrior couldn't do anything. However, the one chasing after Tang Yun was a lightning clan cultivator who possessed the fastest speed in the world. The possibility of Tang Yun escaping wasn't high. As expected, not long after, Zichen returned. His expression was extremely calm. No one could tell whether he had successfully killed Tang Yun or not. After returning, Zichen glanced at the Xiantian realm warriors. He ignored them and walked towards the 2 corpses. He directly took away all the resources on the 2 corpses. At the same time, he indifferently said, "Sai, it's better to make money from the dead. Although the materials are useless, they can be exchanged for something in the future." When the 4 Tian-level cultivators heard that, their eyes twitched and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. On the side, the 2 experienced cultivators signaled the 4 of them to quickly go forward. The 4 of them stepped forward, trembling with fear. Each of them held a spirit ring in their hands. One of them said in a trembling voice, "Great Lord, these are all the resources we have on us. We hope that you will kindly accept them." Zichen looked at the 4 of them with a satisfied smile on his face. "Not bad, not bad." Taking the spirit rings from the 4 of them, Zichen praised them, "You guys did a good job. Seeing that you guys are so tactful, I'll let you guys off. However, if you feel unsatisfied, you can go and find some strong warriors to take revenge. Remember, the weakest ones should be at the same level as before, or even an innate ranker. As for the rest, don't come, they don't have enough resources." The 4 of them repeatedly said that they didn't dare, but their minds were shaken to the extreme. Clearly, Tang Yun was really dead. Don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry up and collect those people's resources. Zichen's words were directed at those people who had come to watch the show. The 4 of them were startled, but immediately understood. They flashed and flew away. As for those people who had come to watch the show, they were all dumbfounded. They swore to the heavens that they had only come to look for the essence of the lightning liquid. They had no other intentions toward Zichen. But even so, could it be that they couldn't avoid being extorted and robbed of all their resources? At that moment, they didn't know that it wasn't just them who couldn't avoid it. In this world, everyone who hadn't been robbed by Zichen couldn't avoid being robbed. Because of the trip to the ancient path, Zichen had become more aware of the importance of resources. He would rather have the resources in his hands go bad than have no resources at all. These people felt wronged, more wronged than the most wronged people in the world. They had accidentally joined in the fun and were about to be robbed and extorted. But Tang Yun had already been killed. How could they, whose strength was lower than Tang Yun's, dare resist? Thus, under the overbearing gazes of the 4 Sky Realm experts, they could only obediently hand over all their resources. They didn't get the essence of the lightning liquid, and their resources were robbed. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. But they could only leave unwillingly. Right now, they only wanted resources. If they wanted materials later, they would really be finished. After handing over all their resources, they quickly left. Soon, only Zichen was left. When Zichen brought the barbarian dragon into the Silver World to look for Lei Ming, he suddenly saw this fellow from the Lightning Clan crying. At this level, Lei Ming looked young, but he was definitely not young. Take Zichen for example. He looked young, but he was actually over 100 years old. It was just that his life force was still vigorous and hadn't declined yet. That was why he looked young. Lei Ming's age was definitely not younger than Zichen. Naturally, he was over 100 years old. But such a middle-stage primal core man was actually crying and crying. Seeing this man's tears dripping down, Zichen suddenly felt that there was a word that was extremely suitable to describe himself. He just couldn't help but bitterly smile. Lei Ming crying might seem strange, but if Zichen laughed at this moment, it would naturally be inappropriate. But if he cried along with Lei Ming, that would be even more inappropriate. Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only ask, "What are you crying for?" Lei Ming raised his head to look at Zichen. He was still tightly clenching the 2 drops of lightning liquid essence in his hand. His tears were unceasingly flowing. Lei Ming had carried the mission of reviving the Lightning Clan since he was young. The hardships he had endured far surpassed his peers. Furthermore, his family had been extremely strict with him. Lei Ming had never felt familial love or protection. It was precisely because of all the hardships he had endured since he was young that while the other Lightning Clan experts had died one after another on the ancient path, he, Lei Ming, had relied on his early primal core strength to carry the mission of reviving the Lightning Clan through the ancient path of the 5th and 7th ancient paths. In this place, Lei Ming had to swallow all the grievances and bitterness he had to endure. Everyone who tried to get close to him either directly beat him up for the lightning essence, or intentionally befriended him for the sake of the lightning essence because they weren't as strong as Lei Ming. Lei Ming had experienced all kinds of lies, betrayals over the years, but his heart was as firm as death. But Zichen's appearance had brought light to his dark heart. It was precisely because of Zichen that Lei Ming's despicable view of human nature had greatly changed. And today, in order to not implicate him, Zichen had sent him into the Silver World and even gave him 2 drops of lightning liquid essence. Lei Ming had been here for several years, and he had long since obtained over 20 drops of lightning liquid essence. However, he had never refined a single drop. He could swear to the heavens that this was only the 2nd time he had seen lightning liquid essence. And the first time, it had also been given to him by Zichen. But the first time, it had been his own lightning liquid. Lei Ming was grateful, but he wasn't moved. But today, Zichen's 2 drops of lightning liquid had completely moved him. Lei Ming was so moved that he cried. Now that he saw Zichen appear, more tears appeared in his eyes. This feeling of being cared for by someone seemed to have only been hidden in his memories. Suddenly, Lei Ming seemed to think of something and immediately stopped crying. Wiping his tears, he asked, "Why are you here? Where's Tang Yun? Did he make things difficult for you?" "Tang Yun? Which Tang Yun?" asked Zichen. "That's him." Lei Ming gestured. "Oh, you mean him?" Zichen smiled. "He's a good person. He gave me all his resources without holding back and then left." "He left." Lei Ming's eyes widened. Tang Yun wasn't so easy to talk to. In his memories, that wasn't the case. "Yes, he left." Zichen nodded. Lei Ming was full of questions. Tang Yun had clearly come here to cause trouble. How could he leave just like that? He couldn't help asking, then did he say where he was going? He didn't say. It could be heaven, or it could be hell. But looking at his sad face, the possibility of him going to hell is higher, said Zichen indifferently. Lei Ming's eyes widened. The tears in his eyes immediately dissipated due to shock. Clearly, Zichen meant that Tang Yun had died. He's dead. The incomparably powerful Tang Yun is actually dead. Lei Yiming couldn't help but speculate about Zi Chen's unfathomable combat strength. I thought you were refining the lightning liquid here. Since you haven't refined it, then put it away and come with me, said Zi Chen. Where to? To find other trial takers and see if there are any resources we can find. The two of them left the Silver World and began to wander around this area. Whenever they saw traces of trial takers, Zi Chen would bring Lei Yiming forward. And Lei Yiming finally understood what Zi Chen meant by looking for resources. Looking for resources meant robbing. He actually wanted to rob all the cultivators here. This kind of spending greatly shocked Lei Yiming. In the next few days, Zi Chen robbed 7 or 8 people. Just as Lei Yiming's eyes widened, Zi Chen lamented that this speed was too slow. But during this time, in order to let Lei Yiming have the strength to protect himself, Zi Chen taught him the 3 forms of the tyrannical fist. The tyrannical fist contained Zi Chen's comprehension, so it was faster to learn. And coupled with the tyrannical lightning origin energy, it could greatly increase Lei Yiming's combat strength. In fact, Lei Yiming was not weak. In a one-on-one battle, he could fight a Sky Realm expert to a draw. With this kind of combat strength, if placed in the Bedlam, he would definitely be a monster among monsters. But in a place like the Ancient Road, where monsters were as common as dogs, Lei Yiming's combat strength became insignificant. As time passed, the news of Zi Chen robbing resources gradually spread in this world. Many people hurriedly fled this world because of this matter. During this period, there were naturally those who did not believe in the supernatural. But those who did not believe in the supernatural and tried to fight with Zi Chen were undoubtedly turned into cold corpses. Because the fight for resources was becoming more and more intense, it caused the entire area to become anxious. Everyone knew that a powerful thunder martial artist had appeared in this area. This situation persisted for several months before it finally attracted the attention of the Xiantian and Sky martial artists. At the same time, Xiantian Sky experts who had disappeared for several months in search of ancient skills, or experts who were as strong as Xiantian Sky experts, appeared one after another. When they heard the news about Zi Chen, they were extremely surprised. A powerful thunder warrior. Chapter 835. Xiantian martial artists, also known as Xiantian martial artists, had super strong battle strength. If Xiantian martial artists were known as the strongest martial artists of the same level, then Xiantian martial artists were the strongest among Xiantian martial artists. Every Xiantian martial artist of the same level could easily crush a Hutian martial artist with Xiantian techniques. Of course, this was a very high-level Xiantian technique that was in the hands of some super strong force. It was not a Xiantian technique used by Xiantian martial artists. Xiantian techniques were also suitable for Xiantian martial artists. Only Xiantian martial artists could practice them. In addition to the difference in essence, there was also a considerable gap in techniques between Xiantian martial artists and Hutian martial artists. Previously, several Xiantian martial artists had joined forces to enter a secret area to search for ancient techniques, but they never appeared. Several months later, they appeared one after another. In addition to the 5 Xiantian martial artists, there were several Hutian martial artists behind them. Although these people were not Xiantian martial artists, their battle strength was second only to the 6 of them, similar to Tang Yun's battle strength. Is the rumor reliable? Is this Lei Wu really that strong? A Xiantian martial artist in a luxurious blue robe asked as soon as they appeared in the secret area. Among them was a Hutian martial artist. He nodded and said, his battle strength is indeed very strong. He knows several Lei clan techniques. Even Tang Yun was killed by him. Although Tang Yun was a Xiantian martial artist, he was not on the same side as them. But because he had stayed in this small world for a long time, he was quite famous. This person not only killed Tang Yun, but also said that Xiantian martial artists can go find him if they are not satisfied. And he has been here for several months, constantly plundering resources, and robbing everyone he meets, not letting anyone go. Plundering resources. A Xiantian martial artist frowned slightly. To be able to kill Tang Yun, his battle strength is not weaker than a Xiantian martial artist. Whether he is a Xiantian martial artist or not, just the Lei Wu alone is worth roping in. A young man in a luxurious blue robe said. He is near the thunder field. I will take you there. The Hutian martial artist said again. The group of more than 10 people walked towards the Silver World. Of the 4 ancient clans, the other 3 have almost disappeared mysteriously. As for the Thunder Clan, they only exist in name. Without powerful techniques, their Hutian Thunder Warriors are mediocre. Even if they have Xiantian Thunder Warriors, their battle strength is not that strong. If they don't have Xiantian techniques, I'm afraid they are even weaker than Hutian warriors. Behind the 5 Xiantian warriors, a Hutian warrior said. The Thunder Clan is one of the 4 great ancient clans. Even if they only exist in name, they should not be underestimated. The Xiantian realm warrior who frowned earlier said. I have never looked down on the Thunder Clan, but neither have I overestimated them. Just look at that Lei Ming. Yarrow Tingfei, don't be careless. Could it be that you've forgotten about the starting ground and Zi Chen? The Xiantian expert said again. Upon hearing the 2 words Zi Chen, Yarrow Tingfei's expression instantly changed. He coldly snorted and said with dissatisfaction, Xiaxin, why are you mentioning Zi Chen? If I'm not mistaken, Zi Chen should be a thunder warrior, Xiaxin said. What? He's a thunder warrior? Yarrow Tingfei's expression changed again. He tried to recall what had happened that day. It seemed that the ultimate Yuan Li that Zi Chen had used was extremely strange. Yarrow Tingfei coldly snorted and said, so what if he's a thunder warrior? After entering the trial's strongest ancient path, he's already turned into a skeleton. Moreover, you've also felt that terrifying spiritual sense that day. He might not even be able to pass the first path. Although Yarrow Tingfei was not a Xiantian realm warrior, the ultimate Yuan Li in his body could be considered to be at the peak of the Hutian realm. Moreover, among the Hutian realm warriors, Yarrow Tingfei's battle strength was also one of the strongest. However, after hearing the name Zi Chen, Yarrow Tingfei lost control of his emotions. Everyone was curious. What happened to your batch at the starting ground? Facing everyone's curious questions, Yarrow Tingfei coldly snorted again. He naturally would not say such a degrading thing. Helpless, everyone's gaze fell on Xiaxin again. Xiaxin smiled and said, it's not a big deal. I just encountered a weirdo who actually said that the guardian of the passageway was ugly and fat. After fighting with him, I was sent to the strongest ancient path. Yarrow Tingfei said exasperatedly. What? There's actually someone who dared to say that the gatekeeper was ugly and fat, and even dared to fight. These people were obviously stunned. Then, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. Very bold, very courageous, but his luck is not good. He was actually sent to the first-grade ancient path. Xiaxin said, the gatekeeper is indeed very bold. After knowing that he was going to enter the strongest ancient path, in order to have a better chance of survival, he even snatched more than 80% of the trial taker's resources. More than 80%, that's more than 2,000 people. Didn't anyone fight back? Someone asked. Of course, there was, but the gatekeeper's battle strength was very strong. Moreover, he had 2 companions who were also ridiculously strong. Therefore, those who tried to fight back did not get a good result. Hearing this, everyone's face was full of smiles. Then, their gazes fell on Yarrow Tingfei. Obviously, they all understood what had happened. Xiaxin's gaze also fell on Yarrow Tingfei's extremely unsightly face. He smiled and said, Yarrow Tingfei's luck is not good. He was robbed twice in succession. Hearing this, Yarrow Tingfei's expression became even more unsightly. He said coldly, what are you laughing at? At that time, I really didn't want to expose my super strong strength. Moreover, I also didn't want to be dragged into the strongest ancient path because of that. Otherwise, I would have already beaten him to the ground. Everyone laughed again. They all understood what was going on. Humph, so what if he was strong at that time? Entering the strongest path, he would definitely die. Yarrow Tingfei snorted coldly. That's not necessarily true. With that kind of battle strength, it's very likely that he would survive after entering the first-grade ancient path. Yarrow Tingfei, don't be so agitated. If the gatekeeper appears, we will definitely seek justice for you. Someone comforted him. But this time around, an unfathomable expression appeared on Yarrow Tingfei's face as he continued, "The strongest ancient path isn't a first-tier ancient path. It's a path that's even stronger than the first-tier ancient path. If he enters that ancient path, he will definitely die." Although everyone was a Tian cultivator, it was obviously the first time they had heard that the strongest ancient path was not a first-grade ancient path. They all asked curiously. Yarrow Tingfei shared his limited knowledge with the group of people. After hearing this, everyone felt that it was inconceivable. They hadn't thought that there would be such a thing. Then, according to Zichen's situation, they came to the conclusion that Zichen would definitely die. Just as they were talking and laughing, they arrived outside the Silver World and saw Lei Yiming practicing 9 fleeting lightning. In this world, Lei Yiming's reputation was greater than Tang Yun's. Of course, it was a bit of a negative reputation. Apart from Xiantian cultivators, almost everyone knew Lei Yiming. "Lei Yiming!" Yarrow Tingfei shouted from afar. Lei Yiming paused and then turned his head to see Yarrow Tingfei. Yarrow Tingfei had once taught him a lesson for the Thunder Essence, so he recognized him at a glance. However, when he saw that the powerful Yarrow Tingfei wasn't at the front of the group, but at the back, his expression changed. Realizing that something was wrong, Lei Yiming dashed into the Silver World. Lei Yiming had clearly learned his lesson by running into the Silver World. Lei Yiming has been following that Lei Wu all this time. If Lei Yiming is here, then that Lei Wu must be searching for the Thunder Essence in the depths. The Hutian cultivator leading the way said solemnly. "Then let's go in and drag Lei Yiming out, then call that Lei Wu out." After saying this, a Xiantian cultivator walked in. Zichen had already stayed in this world for several months. During this time, apart from plundering resources, he had spent the rest of his time refining the Thunder Essence. It had to be said that the Thunder Essence was good stuff. He didn't know if it was true for others, but for Zichen, it was definitely a treasure. The Thunder Essence's effect on Zichen was no less than the Strength Fruit. In these few months, Zichen had already refined dozens of drops of Thunder Essence. The pure elemental energy in abdomen had also reached a limit and undergone a metamorphosis. This metamorphosis was a qualitative change. It made Zichen feel as if his spirit had become transparent. The moment his elemental energy transformed, Zichen actually felt as if his body had transformed. Moreover, this wonderful feeling didn't only come from the metamorphosis of his elemental energy, but even his soul seemed to have become purer. At the moment of metamorphosis, Zichen knew that although his elemental energy hadn't reached perfection, its purity had reached the Xiantian level. After the metamorphosis, Zichen compared his elemental energy with Lei Yiming's. The difference between the two was actually more than 10 times. After his elemental energy metamorphosed to the Xiantian level, Zichen was already a powerful Xiantian lightning cultivator, or a Xiantian lightning martial artist. Just in terms of elemental energy, Zichen already stood at the peak of the entire Sky Martial continent. Of course, this was on the premise that there wasn't a realm purer than Xiantian elemental energy. After the metamorphosis of his elemental energy, Zichen didn't leave. In any case, there was still a lot of Thunder Essence here. He wanted to completely stabilize his Xiantian realm. After refining another 10 drops, Zichen once again felt the fluctuations of Lei Yiming's lightning strike. "I've encountered danger again." Zichen opened his eyes. His eyes flashed gold and silver. After getting up, Zichen walked out of the Silver World. At this moment, Lei Yiming was being grabbed by the collar like a little chick. But this time, Lei Yiming wasn't beaten up. Hearing that a Xiantian martial artist had come to find trouble with a Xiantian martial artist, many cultivators dared to come. They wanted to join in the fun, and it seemed that there were more than 10 trial takers here. Among them, there were naturally people who had their resources stolen by Zichen. They were eager to see Zichen suffer and be punished. Just as the group of Xiantian martial artists were interrogating Zichen about his whereabouts, Zichen walked out of the Silver World. After walking out, Zichen found that there were many more cultivators around him. Moreover, they were all unfamiliar faces. A smile instantly appeared on his face. At the same time, the others also saw Zichen walking out. It can't be such a coincidence. Seeing Zi Chen, Xie Xin's face revealed a strange expression as he muttered. They were both snatching resources, and they were both lightning cultivators. He had already guessed before, but he just laughed it off. How could it be so coincidental that the two of them were the same person? Chapter 836. Yarrow Tingfei's exclamation caused Zi Chen to turn around and look at the group of people. There were more than 10 people in this group, all of whom were Xiantian cultivators. Moreover, there were a few who looked extraordinary and should be Xiantian cultivators as well. Most importantly, Zi Chen actually found 2 familiar faces in this group. It's you guys. Seeing familiar faces, Zi Chen clearly smiled. Zi Chen had already appeared. Lei Yiming was put down and the latter ran towards Zi Chen, looking ahead with a guarded expression. Zi Chen's change in expression surprised Xie Xin, but before he could hear the pleasant surprise in Zi Chen's words, Zi Chen continued, "You know that I don't have any more resources, so you specially came to deliver them to me, right?" Xie Xin, who was walking towards Zi Chen, staggered and almost fell when he heard this. Yarrow Tingfei's expression, which was already ugly, became even uglier at this moment. The others hadn't reacted before, but when they heard Zi Chen's words, their expressions also changed. Obviously, they had already guessed that this person in front of them was the ugly and fat Su Fei, the one who had been sent to the ancient road of the strongest trial after fighting with her. "You're still alive, you're still alive." Yarrow Tingfei's flustered and exasperated voice sounded. Zi Chen smiled faintly, "Of course I'm alive, and I'm very happy to see you. I didn't have time to thank you for the 2 times you gave me the essence liquid before, so with this one, I might as well thank you 3 times at once." "You want to rob me?" Yarrow Tingfei's voice became extremely sharp. Zi Chen extended 2 fingers towards Yarrow Tingfei and said indifferently, "Although you and I are old friends, we once said that we would still be strangers after meeting. Therefore, I'll give you 2 choices, one to live and one to die. If you live, you have to leave behind all your resources, but if you die, you can forget about it. Zi Chen, open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. I have 5 Xiantian martial artists here. 5. Do you understand what 5 means? Even if you are also a Xiantian martial artist, they can still beat you to a pulp. So what you should be worried about now is yourself." Yarrow Tingfei shouted from afar. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "No, I should be worried about you. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me." Zi Chen's arrogance and disregard of the Xiantian realm martial artists made them frown. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xie Xin quickly walked to the middle and said, "All right, let's stop joking around. Zi Chen, we're here to discuss something important with you." "Important matters? What matters more than my request for resources?" Zi Chen looked at Xie Xin and said, "What's your name again?" "Xie Xin." Black lines appeared on Xie Xin's forehead. "Oh, Xie Xin, you should know my situation. Resources are my life. On your journey, you've already walked 5 or 8 paths. If you walk one more path, you'll have resources to exchange for. But for me, I only have 4 or 8 paths. There are still 10 paths to go. Moreover, because no one has set foot on my ancient path for many years, all the trading points are gone. It's not easy to come here alive. So if you want to stop me from asking for resources, you want to take my life." Zi Chen looked at Xie Xin and said slowly, "Anyone who wants to take my life, I will definitely take his life first." The surrounding air instantly turned cold because of Zi Chen's words. The atmosphere between the 2 sides became extremely oppressive. Apart from Xie Xin, the other 4 Xiantian realm martial artists all had killing intent surging from their bodies. But in their hearts, they were shocked by the content of Zi Chen's words. Sure enough, the strongest ancient path was not a place for people to stay. There wasn't even a place to exchange for resources. Xie Xin's expression didn't change. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "Ancient skills. We've found a place with ancient skills." "Ancient skills?" Zi Chen's face had a trace of ridicule. "I have so many battle skills that I can't use them all. Moreover, one move is enough to kill people. What's the use of so many skills?" Zi Chen's answer caused everyone to stare. Obviously, Zi Chen's idea was contrary to common sense. As the saying goes, there's no harm in having more skills. Zichen actually thought that he had too many skills. No matter how many ordinary skills you have, it's useless. I strongly agree with this point. But the ancient skills I mentioned are very likely to be Xiantian ancient skills. Xiaxin said again. Zichen couldn't help but curl his lips, and a trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. He said, "What bullshit Xiantian ancient skills? I've long stopped using such rubbish skills. You're just a mere Xiantian realm martial artist. I used Xiantian skills when I was in the true Qi realm." Zichen's face was full of contempt and disdain, causing everyone to be shocked. They all guessed that Zichen might have several Xiantian skills. But when they heard the second half of his words, their faces became strange. In the end, their faces were full of contempt and disdain. They had thought that Yi Shiwen's battle strength was extraordinary. Who would have thought that he was a bumpkin who didn't even know Xiantian skills? Moreover, he even compared Xiantian skills with Xiantian battle skills. What's wrong? Zichen saw the changes in everyone's expression and felt that something was wrong. Xiantian skills are unique to Xiantian martial artists. Only Xiantian experts can cultivate and display the unique power of Xiantian skills. Lei Yiming hurriedly transmitted to Zichen. Cough, cough. Zichen coughed lightly, he didn't expect such a thing. He then laughed and said, "Hey, I felt that the atmosphere here was really cold, so I deliberately made a joke to ease the awkward atmosphere." Everyone curled their lips and rolled their eyes. Obviously, no one believed Zichen. A bumpkin was a bumpkin, and no matter how he explained, he couldn't cover up his identity as a bumpkin. "So, you agree?" Xiaxin asked. He didn't laugh at Zichen. "Of course, I'm very interested in this matter. We can indeed discuss it." Zichen nodded. Yarrow Tingfei's eyes were full of ridicule, and he said mockingly, "Do you know what Xiantian skills are?" "Bumpkin." Zichen looked at Yarrow Tingfei and said coldly, "Your attitude makes me very unhappy. Didn't you want to see Xiantian skills? Very well, I'll show you now." Yarrow Tingfei's eyes were full of contempt, and he said disdainfully, "Don't scare me with Xiantian battle skills. I'll be very scared." After saying that, Yarrow Tingfei patted his chest and laughed loudly. Zichen took 3 steps forward, and was less than 10 meters away from Yarrow Tingfei. His smile became colder and colder. "Don't worry, you'll definitely be satisfied." After saying that, Zichen's body suddenly emitted a golden light. Zichen's perfect body was fully mobilized by Zichen at this moment, and the peak of 7th rank battle power was mobilized to the limit. In Zichen's body, the power that belonged to his body followed a special path and rushed to Zichen's right arm. Then, this power passed through his right arm and rushed to Zichen's right fist. Zichen's right fist began to emit light, and in this boundless golden light, an extremely terrifying aura emerged. After feeling the terrifying aura in the golden light, everyone's face changed. Yarrow Tingfei felt a dangerous aura from the golden light, and the light around his body also surged, and he was already in a defensive posture. Then, Zichen punched out. With a punch, an extremely sharp whistling sound was heard in the air. The golden fist shot out from his fist and fiercely hit Yarrow Tingfei. Yarrow Tingfei shouted and mobilized the energy in his body to form layers of defense. Bang! The golden fist landed on Yarrow Tingfei's body, and after a tremor, there was a series of cracking sounds. The fist shattered all the energy light shields that Yarrow Tingfei had put up, and then the fist hit Yarrow Tingfei's body. The latter let out a cry of surprise and was directly sent flying. Yarrow Tingfei, who was sent flying, began to cough up blood, and his face was full of shock. The other Xiantian martial artists' faces were also filled with shock, because what Zichen had just used was actually a Xiantian combat skill. "How was it? I didn't disappoint you, right? Are you scared?" After punching out, Zichen retracted his fist, his face full of ridicule. Today, he had repelled Yarrow Tingfei with a single punch, and his attack power was much stronger than when he had killed Tang Yun. In addition to the several breaths of time that Zichen had spent gathering energy, the more important reason was that during this time, not only had Zichen's Yuan energy transformed, but even that extremely complex strength technique had also improved. If this strength technique was divided into levels, then Zichen had already broken through to the 2nd level. Breaking through to the second level in a few decades was indeed not fast, but when he thought about how extraordinary this technique was, Zichen was satisfied. Moreover, everyone's expressions had already clearly told Zichen that this strength technique was already a Xiantian technique. The aghast Yarrow Tingfei staggered to his feet, not daring to say another word. But Zichen stared at Yarrow Tingfei and coldly said, "The punch I demonstrated to you just now was very enjoyable, but it consumed too much of my energy. I need at least 1,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid to replenish it. You have to compensate me for this loss." When Yarrow Tingfei, who had just gotten up, heard this, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He had already been injured by a single punch, yet the other party actually wanted him to compensate, and 1,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid at that. A single punch could consume 1,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid. Even a ghost wouldn't believe such words. "I don't have any, not even a drop," Yarrow Tingfei loudly said. At the same time, he felt very wronged. It seemed that he was the victim, the one who should be the one asking for compensation. "It seems that you're very uncooperative. That makes things very difficult for me," Zichen calmly said, but there was killing intent in his eyes. Helpless, Xia Xin could only mediate. For the sake of the big picture, Yarrow Tingfei finally gritted his teeth and asked for 200 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid. After handing the yuan liquid to Zichen, Yarrow Tingfei felt so wronged that he was about to cry. Why was he always the one who was injured and at a disadvantage? In the distance, the others had originally thought that this would be a good show where Zichen would be hung up and beaten. They hadn't expected that Zichen would actually beat someone up and even ask for compensation. The development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. After collecting the yuan liquid, Zichen's expression became much more solemn. He looked at Xia Xin and said, "We'll talk about the Xiantian technique later. I still have a very important matter to attend to." "What matter must you attend to now?" Xia Xin asked. "It's very important. It's comparable to my life." Zichen's gaze swept over the cultivators watching the show in the distance. Chapter 837. Zichen glanced at the trial takers in the distance. They didn't know why, but they suddenly had a bad feeling. "Go. I only want resources. I don't want materials. I don't want your life," Zichen said after looking around. "Okay." Lei Yiming walked out from behind Zichen and walked towards the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lei Yiming walked towards the trial takers. Many of the trial takers in front of him had bullied him before. While the crowd was still confused, Lei Yiming imitated Zichen and stretched out 2 fingers. He said proudly, "2 choices. Live and die. If you live, leave the resources. If you die, forget it." They didn't expect that the thing that Zichen said was more important than life was snatching resources. This was the so-called business. All the carnate and acquired warriors were speechless. In the distance, the crowd of cultivators was in an uproar. "Lei Yiming, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Lei Yiming, you are really bold. You actually dared to rob me. Are you courting death? Have you forgotten the lesson I taught you last time?" A loud shout came from the crowd that was in an uproar. Anger appeared on their faces. There were dozens of cultivators here. There were 3 carnate warriors and more than 10 acquired warriors. There were even 5 or 6 people who were as strong as Tang Yun. Zichen was only in the middle stage of the core realm. Even if he was in the mortal realm, he would die if he was surrounded by so many cultivators. However, under such circumstances, Lei Yiming still dared to rob them. It was as if he didn't care about their strength. Lei Yiming's expression didn't change. He said coldly, "Make your choice." "Lei Yiming, how dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death." A acquired warrior shouted angrily and rushed towards Lei Yiming. In the past, he had viciously kicked Lei Yiming's butt. At that time, not only did Lei Yiming not dare to resist, he didn't even dare to show any anger. He was as timid as a grandson. Therefore, now that Lei Yiming had turned the tables on him, he was very angry and felt humiliated. The acquired warrior rushed towards Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming, who had been here for many years and had never fought back, clenched his fists. "How dare you resist? The acquired warrior shouted angrily and attacked with a turbulent energy. Lei Yiming punched. The first form of the tyrannical fist. Thunder and lightning energy surged wildly at this moment, and a blinding silver light filled the sky. At this moment, Lei Yiming's figure suddenly became stalwart, like a thunder giant standing between heaven and earth. The tyrannical fist was one of the ancient martial arts. This fist technique wasn't very famous in the Chaos Lands, but in the entire martial heaven continent, it was extremely famous. Suddenly seeing Lei Yiming use the tyrannical fist, everyone below the Xiantian realm had a change in expression. Even the eyes of the Xiantian realm martial artists flashed with a strange light. Bang! With a loud bang, the acquired realm martial artist was sent flying by Lei Yiming's punch. The powerful impact caused the acquired realm martial artist to bleed from the corner of his mouth. There was a look of shock on his face. He had never fought with Lei Yiming before because Lei Yiming had never made a move before. He did not expect Lei Yiming to be so powerful in this battle. After punching, Lei Yiming did not stop. A silver light flashed under his feet, and the Lightning Tribe's extreme speed steps appeared again. He turned into a silver light and rushed towards the acquired realm martial artist. In the process of rushing forward, Lei Yiming clenched his fist again. Thunder and lightning elemental energy filled his body, like a raging thunder snake. Around Lei Yiming's clenched fist, there was a surge of dazzling lightning. Lei Yiming then clenched his fist and punched again. The second style of the tyrannical fist. The wind from the fist changed, and one punch turned into hundreds of punches, each with extraordinary power. If the previous punch that forced the acquired realm martial artist back was said to be shocking, then the appearance of hundreds of punches that were only weaker than the first style shocked everyone to the extreme. Numerous punches fell on the acquired realm martial artist's body, and the sound of explosions could be heard. Facing the strong impact, the acquired realm martial artist coughed out blood. After coughing out blood, he activated the elemental energy in his body to form a super strong defense to protect his body, and at the same time, to block the punches. The punches dissipated, and the acquired realm martial artist blocked the attack. But it was not over yet. Following that, the third style appeared. The third style was still one punch, but with the accumulation of energy from the previous two styles, the energy contained in this attack was more powerful. Boom! Lei Yiming flashed in front of the acquired realm martial artist, and with one punch, he destroyed all of his opponent's defense and hit his opponent's chest. The super strong light shield formed by the elemental energy was shattered in an instant. Then, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the acquired realm martial artist coughed out a large amount of blood and flew backward. After flying backward and landing on the ground, the acquired realm martial artist's pale face was filled with shock. 3 punches and a acquired realm martial artist was severely injured. Lei Yiming's action was obviously to fight an enemy that was of a higher level. If Zichen did not say that he did not want people to die, the acquired realm martial artist would not have survived. As a member of the Thunder Tribe, Lei Yiming did not have super strong combat techniques, so he could only fight an acquired realm martial artist. But with super strong combat techniques, the people of the Thunder Tribe had the demeanor of an ancient tribe. The surroundings were dead silent, and the silver light around Lei Yiming slowly retracted. He stood proudly, and his cold eyes scanned the surroundings, and said coldly, 2 choices, one to live and one to die. Everyone's heart trembled, and this time, they did not dare to say anything. The experts in the distance did not stop Lei Yiming, and it was obvious that they did not want to be involved in this matter. Even if they could crush Lei Yiming together, they should not forget that other than Lei Yiming, there was also Zichen, and Zichen had a green dragon beside him. Therefore, these people made the same choice as the others before. Although they were unwilling, they had to hand over their resources. At the same time, many of them secretly sighed. They were just here to join in the fun, but they did not expect to be robbed. Lei Yiming proudly collected the resources. After being here for so many years, this was the first time he could hold his head high, the first time he was in the limelight, and the first time he was in the limelight. In just a few months, he was able to use the 3 tyrannical styles. Other than his talent, it was mostly due to Zichen. This was because Zichen had given Lei Yiming enough inheritance and understanding. It could be said that Lei Yiming was cultivating according to Zi Chen's understanding, which was equivalent to stepping on the shoulders of a giant. In addition, with his talent, it was natural that he would be able to understand quickly. Lei Yiming put all the resources in a spiritual ring, then walked back and handed the ring to Zi Chen. Regarding this, the group of Xiantian experts were expressionless, but Yarrow Tingfei's eyes flashed with disdain. Putting away the resources in the spiritual ring, Zi Chen looked at Xia Xin and said, "Okay, now it's time to talk about the Xiantian level techniques. Where are they and what do you need me to do?" 5 Xiantian experts came to find Zi Chen, but they did not look for trouble. Obviously, they had something to ask of him. "Let's talk as we walk." Xia Xin signaled. Zi Chen nodded and signaled for Lei Yiming to follow. "He's coming too." Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was Yarrow Tingfei, and his gaze fell on Lei Yiming. "He can't go." Zi Chen looked at Yarrow Tingfei. "He's so weak, going there is simply courting death." Yarrow Tingfei said disdainfully. Zi Chen replied coldly, "If there is really danger, I can guarantee that the one who dies will be you." "You!" Yarrow Tingfei was furious, but before he could do anything, he was stopped by someone. "Lei Yiming can follow," Xia Xin said indifferently, and at the same time, glanced at Yarrow Tingfei with a fierce look. Yarrow Tingfei did not say anything. Of course, Thunder Cry had to follow. The reason he was able to stand out so much today was because he had Zi Chen as his backer. If it weren't for Zi Chen, then Thunder Cry would have been instantly torn to shreds by the crowd of trial challengers. In the group, there were 5 Xiantian experts, 6 Hutian experts, and a total of 13 people including Zi Chen and Lei Yiming. Among the 13 people, Xia Xin mainly introduced the other 4 Xiantian experts. They were He Ziyi, Zhong Meng, Lan Lang, and Qin Li. However, he only introduced their names and did not introduce their strength or what they were good at. The 4 of them did not talk much, and everything that needed to be explained was done by Xia Xin. Other than the Lightning Tribe, what are the other 3 ancient races? After Xia Xin's introduction, Zi Chen asked. Xia Xin smiled. The 4 ancient races are the Sun, Moon, Star, and Lightning tribes. These 4 races represent 4 different kinds of energy. However, the 4 ancient races are very mysterious. The Sun, Moon, and Star races haven't appeared in many years. It's like they've vanished into thin air. As for the Lightning tribe, they occasionally appear, but they're all searching for techniques. They can be considered to have declined. Xia Xin was telling the truth. The Lightning tribe had declined, and the other 3 races were extremely mysterious. It was like they had vanished. He didn't know much about them. The Lightning tribe also cultivates peak energy. The other 3 races are probably the same. Peak energy represents celestial experts. Could it be that the Martial Heaven Alliance doesn't know about the other 3 races? Zi Chen's question caused everyone to be startled. Xia Xin shook his head. No. The people of the 4 ancient races can be called celestial experts, but they aren't under the jurisdiction of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The ancient races are an ancient race, while the 4 ancient races are the head of the ancient races. They have no relation to the Martial Heaven Alliance. After a pause, Xia Xin continued, although the Martial Heaven Alliance is an alliance of celestial experts, there are too many powers and families involved. So many that it's impossible to calculate. However, if you want to clearly divide them, they're divided into 5 powers based on their yuan energy. 5 powers. Zi Chen looked at Xia Xin. Xia Xin nodded. The 5 powers are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These are the powers of the 5 elements. What Xia Xin said was similar to what the barbarian god had told him. However, Zi Chen was extremely curious about the most ancient races. The techniques here are all the most ancient. It's said that this place originally belonged to the ancient race's trial path. Later, it was broken through by someone. Xia Xin told him some secrets that Zi Chen didn't know. However, after breaking through this place, the laws of heaven and earth changed. Any existence above the mortal Yuan realm would be expelled or killed as soon as they entered this world. That's why the techniques here weren't forcibly taken away. That's why we were able to obtain them by chance. Chapter 838. You seem to know this place very well. Have you been here before? Zichen asked. Xie Xin chuckled and said, how could that be? This is the ancient road. Everyone can only come here once. Once you miss it, you won't have another chance. Then, Xie Xin talked about some things about this world. Zichen and Lei Yiming's eyes flashed, but the others were indifferent. Obviously, they already knew. Xie Xin didn't say where these secrets came from, but Zichen guessed that it had something to do with the power he belonged to. After walking for hundreds of thousands of miles, they arrived at the place Xie Xin talked about. It was a mountain peak tens of thousands of meters high. The walls of the mountain peak were smooth and steep, like a sharp blade. The huge mountain peak seemed to be made of a huge rock. When they were a few thousand meters away from the mountain peak, they stopped and walked forward. The surroundings of this mountain peak are restricted airspace with the nature of death. Any cultivator who attempts to fly up will undoubtedly be killed. Even Xiantian martial artists will die. Xie Xin explained. Zichen nodded and didn't say much. As they got closer to the mountain peak, he gradually felt an oppressive aura. As they got closer, the aura became even more oppressive. The group walked to the foot of the mountain. Zichen saw that there were many small stone steps at the bottom of the mountain. These stone steps were next to each other, winding around the entire mountain until they reached the peak. There were at least a few 100,000 steps. They walked to the foot of the mountain and stopped. There is an energy barrier in front of the stone steps. It seems to be a test of strength. Just as Xie Xin was explaining, the others stepped on the stone steps. They had been here before and already knew about this. They passed through smoothly. After the Xiantian warriors stepped on, the Hutian warriors followed. H, if you're not strong enough, you'd better leave early. Yarrow Tingfei snorted. After the barrier rippled, he stepped on the stone steps. After stepping on, he didn't go forward immediately. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Lei Yiming with a mocking expression. Obviously, he wanted to see Lei Yiming make a fool of himself. Only Xiantian warriors and late primordial core warriors could come up here, unless they had pure and powerful strength. Zichen was naturally capable of this, but Lei Yiming might not be. Hence, Yarrow Tingfei stood there, waiting to watch the show. Everyone went up except for Zichen and Lei Yiming. Zichen didn't go up immediately. Instead, he signaled Lei Yiming to go forward. Can I do it? Lei Yiming, who was already nervous, felt even more uncertain after seeing Yarrow Tingfei's expression. Don't worry. Zichen waved his hand and pretended to be carefree. In fact, he was not confident either. The others also looked at Lei Yiming. Even the Xiantian realm martial artists did the same. No one knew if they wanted to watch a show or if they were anticipating something. After Zichen nodded his head in encouragement, Lei Yiming walked forward. He stepped onto the stairs, and ripples appeared on the barrier. These ripples were like water ripples, forming a kind of energy shield. When the people in front of him entered, this water-like energy shield would automatically part and open up a path. However, at this moment, when Lei Yiming stepped forward, the energy shield did not part and directly blocked Lei Yiming outside. Lei Yiming was startled and his expression changed. Ha ha! Yarrow Tingfei's hearty laughter came from above. Lei Yiming's face turned ugly. He took another step forward, but it was still the same. Suddenly, a lightning mark flashed between his eyebrows. Yarrow Tingfei's laughter came through the light shield. It was so carefree that it was annoying. But his laughter ended quickly. It was as if his neck was suddenly choked. He couldn't make any other sound. The light shield that blocked Lei Yiming disappeared in the next moment. Lei Yiming walked in without any hindrance. This. Yarrow Tingfei's mocking expression froze. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. When they walked in, the energy ripples only opened a small gap for them. Lei Yiming's realm was not high enough, and he wasn't strong. But after he walked in, the energy shield disappeared completely. Yarrow Tingfei looked at all this in a daze. His face was full of disbelief. Zichen chuckled and walked up the stairs. Even when Zichen walked up the stairs, the energy shield didn't appear. The rest of the Xiantian realm martial artists had been paying attention to Lei Yiming. When they saw the energy shield disappear, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Xie Xin directly said, "We suspected that this was the doing of the ancient race." Sure enough, this place has great benefits for the ancient race. There's no need to test one's strength. One just needs to have an ancient race identity. As Xie Xin's words fell, the others nodded. Then, they glanced at Lei Yiming. Zichen pretended not to know. This was just a small interlude. Everyone continued to walk forward, but Yarrow Tingfei's expression was a little unnatural. This ancient road was originally a part of the ancient road of the strongest smelting trial. Many of the techniques and inheritances within were specially prepared for the challenges of the ancient road of the strongest smelting trial. Anyone who could reach this point would have to go through a slaughter trial and have their strength verified, such as Zichen. Zichen had spent dozens of years slaughtering his way here. The hardships and dangers he had faced along the way weren't something that an ordinary person could imagine. Even these Xiantian realm martial artists who had come from the ancient road of the strongest trial couldn't imagine just how terrifying the tribulations and dangers Zichen had faced were. And the foundation of this world's existence was to allow the trial challengers who had the qualifications to reach this place to easily obtain these skill inheritances. This could be considered a reward for the trial challengers. But, the influences of the ancient road of the strongest trial had forcefully broken open this place and sent trial challengers from other ancient roads here. They hadn't experienced the same tribulations as Zichen, but they had obtained the same harvests as Zichen. This was simply taking advantage of a loophole. These were originally exclusive to the ancient road of the strongest trial, but now they had been forcibly distributed to everyone, becoming something that could be shared. Moreover, according to Xie Xin, there were many strange places like this mountain peak in this region. There were almost no dangers here, and the chances of obtaining these skills were high as long as one had enough lucky chances. During the process of climbing to the summit, Zichen guessed that there would be some sort of test of strength that would appear along the way. But, even as the group climbed up the hundreds of thousands of steps and reached the summit, nothing strange happened. Above the summit was an open space. In the center of this open space was a 3-meter-tall stone platform. The edges of this stone platform were engraved with many clear runes that extended all the way to the top of the stone platform. Xie Xin pointed at the stone platform and said, "That is a transmission stone platform. It doesn't require any energy to activate. The place where we are teleported to is our destination." Zichen nodded his head. After which, the crowd took a step forward and stepped onto the stone platform that Xie Xin had pointed out. Immediately, the runes on the stone platform lit up. Brilliant rays of light flowed as the crowd's figures disappeared one by one. Stepping onto the transmission stone platform, when everyone appeared, they had already arrived in another space. This was an ancient world. Everything here emitted a simple and unadorned aura. There were towering and precipitous mountain peaks, flat stones that seemed to have been carved by a knife, and ancient trees that had existed for an unknown number of years. There were green mountains, clear water, white clouds, and golden sunlight. In a trance, it gave people the illusion that they had arrived in the martial sky continent. At the same time, the entire world gave people a feeling of tranquility, nature, and peace. How can this be? This world in front of him made Zichen's heart exceptionally calm. Just as Zichen was quietly enjoying this rare tranquility, a startled cry came from the side. This startled cry came from the Xiantian expert, Qin Li. He had been silent the entire time. Other than the 2 sentences he had said to Zichen, he hadn't spoken a single word. "Didn't I take away the inheritance on this stone wall? Why is it still here?" At the same time, the other Xiantian expert, Zhong Meng's expression also changed. Then, like a chain reaction, cries of surprise came from the mouths of the others. Zichen's gaze followed the direction of everyone's startled cries. The first thing he saw was a stone wall. At first glance, the stone wall was smooth, but there was nothing special about it. However, in this area, a stone wall that seemed to have been carved by a knife was abnormal. As Zichen released his spiritual sense, he immediately discovered that there was actually another world within this stone wall. This was a kind of technique inheritance. If a Hutian expert had come here, they would definitely have cried out that they had found a precious treasure. However, to Zi Chen, who was a Xiantian lightning cultivator, these techniques that could be called precious treasures were only Hutian techniques. After discovering a Hutian technique on a stone wall, Zi Chen saw a stone tablet. The stone tablet had very ancient characters on it. This was also a Hutian technique. Hutian techniques covered a wide range. Almost all combat techniques that were not Xiantian techniques could be called Hutian techniques. For example, Zi Chen's Thunderbolt Finger and Thunder Summoning Technique were both Hutian techniques. This kind of technique was popular. Except for a few restrictions, almost all cultivators could practice it. However, for Xiantian experts who had surpassed the Hutian level and reached the Xiantian level, these Hutian techniques were inferior and far less powerful than Xiantian techniques. Although Hutian techniques were not very useful to them, they were very useful to their forces or families. Therefore, they naturally would not let go of these techniques and let them go to waste. They did not want to spend a long time comprehending them, so they used their magic power to directly take away these things that contained the techniques and leave them for their families to inherit. However, at this moment, everyone was shocked to find that the techniques that they had put away earlier had appeared here. What was even more strange was that the techniques that they had put away in their spiritual rings had disappeared. This strange phenomenon caused everyone to cry out in surprise. After understanding the cause and effect, Zi Chen's face was also filled with surprise. Obviously, the things here could only be comprehended and could not be taken away at will. Zi Chen looked at Lei Yiming and said, "There is no danger here. You can stay here and comprehend slowly." Lei Yiming nodded. The Hutian techniques here were very useful to him. As for the Xiantian techniques, Lei Yiming did not have extravagant hopes. Chapter 839. Lei Yiming had just sat down when Zi Chen's voice rang out in his mind. See. Don't relax your vigilance while comprehending a technique. If you notice anything strange, quickly flee. Zi Chen's transmission confused Lei Yiming. A green light shot over from the distance. It was actually the barbarian dragon. The barbarian dragon coiled around Lei Yiming's waist, giving him a fright. "Remember, be careful." Zi Chen transmitted again. Lei Yiming stayed behind, but no one said anything. As for the barbarian dragon leaving, although everyone had strange expressions, they didn't say anything. The reason Zi Chen had left Lei Yiming and the barbarian dragon behind was because of the gazes of the Xiantian experts. Clearly, this place was generous to the Lei clan. Perhaps there were some special places that required the Lei clan to open. Zi Chen and Lei Yiming were both members of the Lei clan. But compared to Zi Chen, Lei Yiming was weaker and easier to control. So Zi Chen had kept an eye out for Lei Yiming. For Lei Yiming's safety, he had ordered the barbarian dragon to protect him. As for himself, Zi Chen was confident that even if he was surrounded, he would be able to escape with his extreme speed. The Hutian realm warriors had been following them as they ventured deeper. Although they couldn't comprehend the Xiantian level techniques, but in this area, if they were lucky enough, they could obtain a combination of Xiantian and Hutian level techniques. That kind of technique was publicly recognized as the strongest. For example, the Lei clan's long-lost 9 fleeting lightning was a kind of footwork technique that combined Xiantian and Hutian techniques. Before the 6 fleeting lightning, that footwork technique would only be considered a Hutian technique. But after the 7 fleeting lightning, it would become a Xiantian technique. Other than that, there were also many techniques that fused Xiantian and Hutian techniques. It was said that those techniques were created by powerful Xiantian experts for their juniors. They could allow their juniors to grow stronger step by step. But the techniques they created were only Xiantian techniques that were fused with Hutian techniques. In the entire history of the Martial Heaven continent, there hadn't been many people who were able to create Xiantian techniques. Furthermore, in the entire Martial Sky continent, there were all kinds of strange resources and strange cultivation techniques. The number of Xiantian martial artists that could be created was high, but the number of Xiantian techniques was pitifully small. Therefore, even if one was a Xiantian martial artist, it was impossible for them to possess multiple Xiantian techniques. Under normal circumstances, they would only possess 1 or at most 2. Compared to possessing several or even more than 10 Hutian techniques, the difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, innate stage techniques were always in high demand. As they moved forward, they encountered their first restriction. This restriction was a test of strength. Everyone looked at each other. Then, a Hutian warrior made a move. After accumulating power for 3 seconds, the opponent unleashed an extremely powerful attack. With a loud bang, the restriction was shattered. After the restrictions were broken, the group continued to advance. Another layer of restrictions was broken, and there was nothing else inside. There were only 1 or 2 post-celestial techniques. Everyone's focus was not here, so they continued to advance. Along the way, Xia Xin informed him that this restriction could only be attacked once. If the first attack failed, then the second attack would be useless. After that, the second and third restrictions were broken with great force. The deeper they went, the stronger the defenses of the restrictions became. By the time they reached the 4th restriction, the strength of the restrictions had exceeded the attack range of a Hutian martial artist. Only a Xiantian martial artist could make a move. The 5 people looked at each other. Then, Qin Li made a move. Everyone retreated. Qin Li stood in front of the restriction, his body surging with Xiantian Yuan Qi. This was the first time Zi Chen had seen a Xiantian martial artist make a move. It was also the first time he had sensed the 5 elements Xiantian Yuan Qi. Qin Li used the power of water. This kind of Yuan Qi contained traces of coldness, like ice, causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. After pushing his Xiantian Yuan Qi to the limit, Qin Li waved his palm. A terrifying ice aura surged out. This layer of defensive restriction shattered with a bang. Next, the 5th, 6th, and 7th restrictions were broken by the other 3 Xiantian martial artists. They controlled the Xiantian Yuan Qi of wood, fire, and earth. Zi Chen was lucky enough to see 4 of the 5 elements. Then, the 8th restriction was broken by Xia Xin. The power Xia Xin controlled was actually the power of gold. The 5 of them actually represented all 5 elements. This surprised Zi Chen. Today, Zi Chen finally saw the 5 elements Xiantian Yuan Qi. After the 8th restriction was broken, no one found any Xiantian techniques. Next was the 9th restriction. This restriction had caused them to return in defeat last time. Zi Chen, the last time we came here, we couldn't break through the restrictions on the 9th floor, Xia Xin explained. Zi Chen looked at Xia Xin and asked doubtfully, if you can't break it, can I? The 5 of them each made a move. Although they didn't use any Xiantian techniques, Zi Chen could still feel their strength. If they only used Xiantian Yuan Qi, Zi Chen wouldn't be a match for any of them. Because these people were already at the peak of the inner core realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the strongest. The restriction on the 9th level has a strong lightning attribute. You're from the lightning clan, so you might be able to break it, Xia Xin explained. Just as they were talking, a bolt of lightning flashed across the restriction, bringing with it a bright silver light. Zi Chen nodded and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." Because this restriction could only be attacked once, no one touched it before, nor did they show it to Zi Chen. Zi Chen stood in front of the 9th restriction while the others retreated. On one hand, Zi Chen needed to accumulate energy. On the other hand, they retreated to signal to Zi Chen that he could attack with all his strength. They wouldn't sneak up on him. Looking at the 9 restrictions in front of him, Zi Chen didn't immediately accumulate energy to attack. Instead, he released his spiritual senses. Zi Chen had also released his spiritual senses in the first 8 restrictions and carefully sensed them. However, it had to be said that under the sensing of Zi Chen's spiritual senses, the 8 restrictions that seemed stronger and stronger to the others were the same to Zi Chen's spiritual senses. Now that his spiritual senses sensed the restriction on the 9th level, Zi Chen suddenly realized that what his spiritual senses sensed was actually the same restriction. Why is it like this? Zi Chen looked at the restriction with a look of confusion on his face. Under the sensing of his spiritual senses, this restriction didn't seem to exist. Not to mention accumulating energy to attack, Zi Chen felt that even if he poked it lightly with his finger, it would break. The confusion on Zi Chen's face gradually turned into a strange expression. Behind him, the people who were quietly waiting for Zi Chen to exert his strength were also puzzled when they didn't see Zi Chen accumulating energy for a long time. As time passed, the crowd's confusion turned into impatience. However, seeing that Zi Chen didn't move, they didn't want to disturb him. After a long time, the crowd finally lost their patience. After a few Xiantian realm martial artists exchanged glances, they all looked at Yarrow Tingfei. The latter didn't get along with Zi Chen in the first place, so there was no harm in saying a few more words. Seeing the crowd's gazes and understanding the meaning of their gazes, Yarrow Tingfei's face immediately filled with displeasure. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. He could only shout at Zi Chen, "Hey, I'll talk." But before Yarrow Tingfei could finish speaking, Zi Chen finally moved. However, he wasn't accumulating energy. Instead, he gently pointed his finger forward without the slightest bit of energy. "Don't." Seeing Zi Chen's actions, one of the Xiantian realm martial artists shouted, "It doesn't matter if you're accumulating energy or not. As long as you point your finger, it'll count as an attack." You, just like Yarrow Tingfei, this Xiantian realm martial artist hadn't finished speaking when a shocking scene occurred in front of him. He saw Zi Chen's finger gently pass through the 9 layers of restrictions as if there was nothing there. After his finger passed through the restrictions, his entire hand and his right arm followed. Behind him, the crowd was completely stupefied. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. During this time, Zi Chen's entire right arm and body had already passed through the restrictions. Before the crowd could shout "Don't," Zi Chen's entire body had already passed through the restrictions and disappeared. He was gone just like that, but the restrictions were still there. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at each other again. A cold light suddenly appeared in Qin Li's eyes. Then the yuan energy within his body began to surge. His entire body transformed into a ray of blue light that fiercely attacked the 9 layers of restrictions in front of him. Boom! Qin Li's powerful Xiantian technique instantly bombarded the 9 layers of restrictions. To Zi Chen, these restrictions were extremely easy. But in front of Qin Li, they were like iron walls. After a violent explosion, a shockwave came from the restrictions, and Qin Li was instantly sent flying by the shockwave. "Damn it, how could this be?" An exasperated voice came from Qin Li's mouth. Not only Qin Li, but the others also couldn't understand how Zi Chen could pass through such a strong defense so easily. Seeing this, Xia Xin smiled bitterly and said, "As expected, these things were prepared for the aboriginals. As outsiders, it's much more difficult for us to get the things here. What should we do now? Are we going to let that Zi Chen take advantage of us? Damn it, that's a Xiantian technique, a technique that makes everyone go crazy. He's cursed. Mph. We can't just let it go like this. Didn't Zi Chen want the Xiantian technique? Very well, he'll get it. But we'll guard here. As long as he dares to come out, we'll kill him together." Lan Lang said with a gloomy face. They had paid too much for this, but they didn't expect that someone would beat them to it. Just when everyone was vexed, Yarrow Tingfei's eyes lit up. Then, his body began to flicker as he flew towards the back. "Yarrow Tingfei, where are you going?" Qin Li shouted. "Lei Yiming, did you forget Lei Yiming? He's still outside. As long as we catch him, we can go in," Yarrow Tingfei said excitedly. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Because they were too angry, they actually forgot about Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming was also a member of the Lei clan, so he could definitely go in. "Then hurry up and bring a few more people. We must bring him here," Qin Li said coldly. Chapter 840. The sudden appearance of an arm caught the attention of the 5 Xiantian realm martial artists. Under their astonished gazes, a figure appeared from behind the arm. The one who walked out of the restriction was naturally Zi Chen, who had just entered. When Zi Chen appeared, he saw that there were only 5 people left. The other 6 were already far away. He smiled faintly and asked, "Why did they run? Were they afraid?" After being asked by Zi Chen, Xia Xin's astonished face immediately turned awkward. The other 4 people were startled. Qin Li even asked, "Ran? Who ran?" Then, Qin Li inadvertently turned around and saw that the 6 Hutian realm martial artists had actually run far away. He immediately shouted, "Hey, why are you guys running?" Qin Li's voice was very loud. The 6 people in the distance all heard him. When they stopped and turned around, they saw Zichen. Seeing Zichen appear, the 6 people were immediately stunned. "Why are you guys running for no reason?" Besides Qin Li, Ziyi also shouted in confusion. The 6 people ran back from afar. They didn't say a word, but they looked at Zichen with a strange expression. Zichen had a playful look on his face and asked, "Why are you guys running? Did you guys run into something you're afraid of?" "Yeah, why are you guys running?" Qin Li also asked. The 6 people didn't say anything. In this kind of situation, it seemed like they could only be speechless. If they were betrayed, then so be it. After all, the other party was a Xiantian realm martial artist. If you guys aren't afraid, then are you looking for something? Zichen's playful expression became even more obvious as he asked again. Facing Zichen's questioning, the 6 people couldn't bear it. Almost at the same time, the other 5 people looked at Yarrow Tingfei. Being betrayed in such a blatant manner, Yarrow Tingfei was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He coldly snorted and looked at Zichen. He was prepared to be a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water and admit to it. "What are you going to look for?" Zichen asked again. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he looked at Yarrow Tingfei. Yarrow Ting suddenly couldn't bring himself to say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. This was because he had thought of an extremely serious problem. If he admitted that he had gone to look for Lei Yiming, what would he do if Zichen became angry and wanted to kill him? In this situation, it was obvious that no one would protect him. Furthermore, for the sake of the Xiantian technique, it was very likely that everyone would vent their anger on him in order to curry favor with Zichen. When that time came, the losses would outweigh the gains. While Yarrow Tingfei's expression changed rapidly, he already had an idea in his heart. He snorted and said, "I just went to pee, but it's not very nice to pee here, so I was going to pee further away. Who knew that they would follow me?" This was a very lousy excuse. Piss. To hell with it. But at this moment, it seemed to be an excellent excuse. Zichen sneered. It was impossible for him to ask the others if they were going to pee as well. His original intention was to force Yarrow Tingfei into a corner so that he could take the opportunity to kill one of them. But who would have thought that the other party would react so quickly? "Brother Zichen, you just went in. I wonder what's inside," Qin Li said in an extremely flattering manner. "Yeah, Brother Zichen, we're also very curious about what's inside." At the same time, several other Xiantian realm warriors also said. Zichen glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "There's a Xiantian technique inside." "What? A Xiantian technique? Is that true?" Everyone's gaze fell on Zichen, their eyes flashing with a sharp light. "It's the real deal," Zichen said with a serious expression. Everyone's breathing became rapid, but they didn't lose their minds. Even if there was a Xiantian technique inside, they had to be able to go in first. Zichen's serious expression turned into a smile as he said, "There's more than one Xiantian technique inside, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to obtain it." More than one Xiantian technique? This made everyone's minds extremely lively. All kinds of ideas emerged from the bottom of their hearts, but the premise was that they had to open the 9 layers of restrictions. If they couldn't open them, not to mention that there was more than one Xiantian technique, even if there were thousands or hundreds of them, it wouldn't be of any use. More than one Xiantian technique? That's great. But Brother Zichen, I wonder if you can open these 9 layers of restrictions? Qin Li suddenly asked, and the others also looked at Zichen eagerly. Zichen's brows furrowed slightly as a troubled expression appeared on his face. "What's wrong? Is it difficult?" Everyone looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and said, "It's not difficult. These restrictions aren't difficult to break, but what? Brother Zichen, as long as we can help, just say the word." "That's right. Brother Zichen, just tell us what you need us to do." The group of people instantly became bold, and they kept calling him Brother Zichen, which immediately drew the relationship between both sides closer. Zichen's face was still filled with hesitation, and he said with difficulty, "I don't need your help, and you can't help with these restrictions." Seeing that everyone was getting more and more anxious, Zichen paused and said, "Because breaking these restrictions will consume too much of my energy, and everyone knows that I have almost no resources on me, so," seeing Zichen's difficult expression, everyone wanted to go up and slap him to death. "If you want resources, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? What do you mean you have no resources on you? Damn it, you robbed so many resources before, and you still say you have no resources?" When the group of Xiantian warriors heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they didn't expect that Zichen would take advantage of this opportunity to extort them. But this extortion was done at the perfect time. Even if they were angry, they couldn't do anything about it. Everyone present was shrewd and crafty. Compared to Xiantian techniques, what was a mere bit of resources? Immediately, one of the Xiantian warriors said with a smile, "Brother Zichen, you're too much. We're already embarrassed to let you break such a large restriction by yourself. Moreover, you consumed so much energy, so we naturally feel bad." "That's right, Brother Zichen. We still have some resources on us. We hope they'll be useful for your recovery." The others also smiled and expressed that they would give Zichen some resources. Zichen had a troubled look on his face as he said, "This isn't too good, right? After all, I can only recover with mid-grade origin liquid." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. "Can you not be so blunt?" Everyone said, "It's only right." Then, they took out yuan liquid and gave it to Zichen. Zichen said again, "That's not very appropriate. My consumption is too great. The punch I demonstrated to Yarrow Tingfei a few days ago required several hundred drops of yuan liquid." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched even more. At this moment, many of them had the impulse to go up and slap Zichen to death. Obviously, after being blunt, he was starting to rob again. His meaning was also very clear. He needed a lot of resources. If it's too difficult, then forget it. I'll just slowly recover and slowly break the restriction. After all, I can only understand 4 Xiantian techniques inside. I can't guarantee that everyone will get one. Zichen sighed. "Brother Zichen, you're treating us as outsiders. We know that your consumption is great, and we feel bad about it. Here's 1,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid. Is that enough?" Qin Li was a little hesitant at first, but after hearing Zichen's words, he immediately took out 1,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid. "This." Zichen hesitated for a moment, then immediately took it. "It's enough, it's enough. It's enough for one use." Zichen's heavy breathing made everyone want to vomit blood. Since he said so, then they'd take it one by one. Moreover, 1,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid for a Xiantian technique was a huge bargain. Not to mention 1,000 drops, even 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 drops for a Xiantian technique would be a huge profit. Moreover, there were at least 4 Xiantian techniques inside. Not to mention comprehending 4, even 2 or 1 would be worth it. Next, He began to give Zichen 1,000 drops of yuan liquid. Next was Zhong Meng, who also gave 1,000 drops. Naturally, it couldn't be less than the first. Then it was Lan Lang. After Lan Lang, the rest of the Hutian realm cultivators also gave their yuan liquids. They couldn't compare to Xiantian realm cultivators, and 1,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid was not a small amount. They all slandered each other in their hearts, reluctantly handing over their yuan liquids to Zichen. Among them, Yarrow Tingfei was the most pained. It seemed that he had seen Zichen twice, and both times he had been ripped off. Moreover, each time he had been ripped off twice. "Thank you. You'll definitely gain something." After Zichen received Yarrow Tingfei's yuan liquid, this was the first time he thanked him. Receiving Zichen's first thanks didn't make Yarrow Tingfei happy. Instead, he wanted to cry. In the end, the one who didn't give anything was Xia Xin. When he saw Zichen come out, an awkward expression appeared on his face. But when he stepped forward, he gave Zichen an apologetic smile and said, "It's just a small token of appreciation. I hope you accept it." Zichen swept it with his spiritual sense. His mind shook slightly. There were actually 2,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid, twice as much as the others. Zichen smiled and accepted it. In fact, Xie Xin really did feel very apologetic. He hadn't stopped Yarrow Tingfei and the others. This action clearly showed that he didn't trust Zichen. After Zichen came out, he obviously noticed this and was naturally dissatisfied. Furthermore, Xie Xin guessed that Zichen had done this because the others didn't trust him. After taking away all the yuan liquid, Zichen turned around, leaving his back to the others. Everyone immediately retreated, putting enough distance between them to show their sincerity. After standing up, Zichen began to accumulate power. Golden lightning surged out from his body like serpents of lightning, spreading and wreaking havoc in all directions. Zichen's hands had already turned completely golden. Then, carrying a surging golden energy, he imprinted it on the restriction. Although the energy Zichen imprinted on the restriction was frightening, it was still much weaker than Qin Li's full power attack. However, it was precisely such an ordinary strike that triggered the restriction when it landed on it. In the next moment, the restriction trembled and a crack appeared in the middle of it. Seeing Zichen break open a crack in the barrier so easily, everyone was delighted, but they also felt that Zichen was shameless enough. Obviously, this little consumption was not even enough to use a drop of liquefied origin essence. Just as Zichen was about to break the seal, Lei Yiming, who had been meditating outside, suddenly opened his eyes. Because the Torvosaurus that was coiling around his waist earlier had turned into tens of meters in the next moment. The Torvosaurus that had revealed its true form directly stretched out a sharp claw. Under Lei Yiming's dumbstruck expression, it grabbed him and flew towards the teleportation circle that was leaving this place at an extremely fast speed. P.S. It's 4 p.m., please vote. He complained a little. I only want to be in the top 10. Because of the event, I was only given half of the profits at first. Now, I'm giving all of it. However, the competition seems to be too intense. It's as if the PK votes are free this month. I've been doing my best to update this month, but it seems that my efforts are not enough. I need everyone to work together to maintain the top 10. I'll make another promise. If I can maintain the top 10 this month, all the chapters this month won't count. On a certain day next month, there will be 10 chapters. Since we're talking about the 10 chapters, let's talk about the February update. February was the month that was the most criticized. The updates were very weak, but at the end of the month, it was 240,000 words. Among the hundreds of books on the website, it was the 11th most updated word list. If you look at this data, it should be quite a lot. Therefore, I really didn't slack off in February. Moreover, my character is still there, and I can still trust him. Chapter 841. The Torvosaurus suddenly escaped with Lei Yiming because of Zichen's telepathic message. Just like Longhu, the Torvosaurus was also awakened by Zichen. There was a certain connection between their souls. Just as the Torvosaurus escaped, Zichen's seal breaking was also coming to an end. Looking at the seal that was getting bigger and bigger, everyone's faces were filled with excitement, anticipation, and other positive emotions. However, they were more or less angry. This was too much of a scam. In just a single attack, he had broken the seal. The consumption of energy was completely negligible, and Zichen had actually obtained 11,000 drops of mid-grade origin liquefied origin energy. If you want to put on an act, you have to go all the way. Although they were angry, they were relieved when they thought that they would be able to comprehend the Xiantian techniques soon. Boom! Just as the crack on the seal reached its limit, the entire seal broke with a loud bang. The 9 layers of seal disappeared, and a dazzling light surged from the front. Almost without hesitation, everyone rushed forward. However, as soon as they reached the front, a turbulent aura surged from the front. This aura was filled with a dangerous aura, and everyone had no choice but to stop. Sensing the danger, everyone began to carefully size up the area. However, when they saw the brilliant light in front of them, their eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, disappointment, regret, anger, unwillingness, despair, and various other negative emotions surged in their hearts. Zichen, are these the 4 Xiantian techniques you mentioned? Qin Li's expression became ferocious as the dazzling light shone. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Yes, what's the problem? Aren't these the 4 Xiantian techniques?" Xie Xin smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with disappointment. He sighed and said, "They are indeed Xiantian techniques, but they are exclusive to the 4 ancient clans." Zichen looked at Xie Xin with obvious confusion. "Exclusive? What do you mean? Can't you comprehend them?" The expressions of the others also turned cold. Hearing Zichen's question, He shouted at Zichen, "Comprehend my ass. The techniques of the 4 ancient clans are not in the 5 elements. How can we comprehend them? Have you ever seen an outsider learn the sun, moon, star, and thunder techniques?" There were 4 types of energy surging in front of him. There was the blazing sunlight, the gentle moonlight, the sparkling light of Xingchen, and the violent light of thunder. These 4 types of energy light represented the exclusive Yuan Li of the 4 great ancient clans. If a member of the 4 great ancient clans went in, not only would he not be in danger, he would even be able to obtain innate techniques. However, if a member of the 4 great ancient clans went in, he would definitely die. This naturally included the members of the 4 great ancient clans. They could only enter the energy that belonged to them, and could not cross paths with each other. At this moment, the 4 types of energy radiance were like a huge turntable, constantly rotating. Bursts of heart-palpitating aura surged out. "Zichen, are you doing this on purpose?" Qin Li asked coldly. "What do you mean on purpose?" Looking at Qin Li, Zichen's voice also became cold. "How would I know that you can't comprehend these Xiantian techniques? When I came, I didn't even know who the 4 great ancient clans were." "Mph, don't try to quibble. If you didn't know, why didn't you tell us the situation inside first? You were clearly afraid that we wouldn't go in after knowing, and you wouldn't be able to extort us," another person said coldly. Zichen glanced at him coldly. "Are you an idiot? If I knew that you couldn't comprehend them, I wouldn't have come out." Then, Zichen's face had a hint of disdain. "Since you say that I'm extorting you, then I'll give you the liquefied elemental essence." Qin Li, He, and the others shook their heads and said, "You didn't know, and this matter can't be blamed on you. As for the liquefied elemental essence, forget it." These 2 people's words were pleasing to the ear, but before Zichen could relax, Qin Li's tone suddenly changed. He said coldly, "We don't have to take the resources, but we've worked so hard to come here, and we can't return empty-handed. It's better to leave you alive." Just as he was speaking, 10 of the 11 Sky Realm cultivators suddenly erupted at the same time. Peak Xiantian and Hutian energies began to surge, and then 10 powerful attacks ruthlessly shot towards Zichen. Damn it, they actually launched a sneak attack. Zichen suddenly roared, and the terrifying aura around him immediately surged to the limit. The golden lightning elemental energy formed layer after layer of defense on the surface of his body. Facing 10 powerful attacks at the same time, Zichen's most effective reaction was to defend. Brilliant golden light covered the surface of his body, and layers of defense appeared. Boom! But in the face of these 10 attacks, Zichen's defense was unable to withstand them at all. With a cracking sound, the layers of defense on the surface of Zichen's body shattered, and at the same time, the powerful impact sent Zichen's body flying. Zichen was sent flying by the powerful impact, but the direction he was sent flying was towards the center of the 4 types of energy. Aside from the destructive energy formed by the 4 types of energy, there was nothing else here. Zichen's expression was incomparably ferocious. He repeatedly cursed, "Damn it, damn it. Haha, I'll send you to meditate." Qin Li and the others laughed complacently, and at the same time, they sent out one energy attack after another. When these attacks landed on Zichen's body, they caused Zichen's already unstable body to become even more unstable. "Hurry up and leave this place." Just as Zichen's body fell into the 4 types of energy, a frantic spiritual telepathic message reverberated in the area. This was a message from Zichen, indicating for Lei Yiming, who was outside, to escape quickly. Zichen's voice was still reverberating in the area. As for Zichen's body, after falling into the 4 types of energy, he was torn apart by the energy and turned into nothingness. When Zichen's voice dissipated, Zichen's body also disappeared from the world. During this period, Xie Xin was still in a state of shock. You, all of you. Xie Xin looked at the few of them. How dare you play with us? You deserve to die. You reap what you sow. These 4 types of energy are indeed terrifying. An inborn expert fell in and turned into nothingness in an instant before he could even scream. The others spoke. They did not feel that they had done anything wrong. Instead, their faces were filled with satisfaction and contentment. They were happy that Zichen had died. However, when they saw the 4 types of energy in front of them again, they could not bring themselves to be happy. There were at least 4 types of inborn techniques, and they were all of the highest level. However, they were not fated to obtain them. This was like a poor man who had found a gold mountain after going through untold hardships. He was only 1 step away from the gold mountain, but he was told that the gold mountain was not his and that he could not take it away. This feeling of seeing but not being able to obtain it made everyone want to break down. The 4 great ancient clans are indeed ruthless. Everyone's expression was filled with resentment. We can't obtain this place, but the others can forget about obtaining it either. Everyone, follow me and destroy it. Qin Li's expression was distorted with anger. This was a very good suggestion. They would rather die than live in Dishana. Everyone began to exert their strength to destroy this place. Among the 11 of them, although Xie Xin was disappointed and was in a bad mood, he did not lose his mind. When he saw everyone attacking the 4 types of energy, he could only shake his head continuously. This was the inheritance of the 4 great ancient clans. How could it be destroyed so easily? As expected, the many attacks from the furious crowd were ineffective. The 4 types of energy still existed and could not be destroyed. Damn it, why is this happening? Yarrow Tingfei was so angry that he stomped his feet. However, no matter how angry he was, it was unrealistic to destroy this place. There was no point in continuing to stay here. Moreover, it was better to use the time to find other inborn techniques. Lei Yiming, his and Zichen's pets are still outside. Let's go and kill them now. Yarrow Tingfei thought of Lei Yiming again. Yes, we have to kill them anyway. We can't let any of them go. Another acquired warrior agreed. The 6 acquired warriors agreed, and the few inborn warriors did not have any objections. Thus, everyone quickly flew toward the outside. In the process of retreating, the restrictive spells that had just disappeared reappeared layer by layer. Seeing these restrictive spells reappear, everyone was so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They sped all the way until they reached the outside. The 9 layers of restrictive spells had all been restored. However, they did not find any trace of Lei Yiming. It must be the voice transmission that Zichen sent before he died. The 2 of them heard it and ran away. This Zichen is also a weirdo. He's about to die, but he still has the mood to warn others. It hasn't been that long. Even if they ran, they couldn't have gone far. Hurry up and chase. The group of 11 stepped out of the transmission array. Just as the 9 layers of restrictive spells were restored, a figure walked out of the ThunderClan's lightning energy. It was Zichen. His expression was cold to the extreme, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You all, just you wait. The destructive power formed by the 4 types of energy was very terrifying. If he had not been prepared, he would have been killed by them. Fortunately, when he came in and saw this scene, he guessed that they would not be able to comprehend it. He also guessed that they would immediately turn hostile. Therefore, he left his true body to enter the lightning energy to comprehend, while his doppelganger went out to open the restrictive spells for them. Zichen had an extra spirit ring in his hand. There were more than 10,000 drops of mid-grade origin liquid inside. They were obtained by his doppelganger and passed to him when he broke the restrictive spells. Seeing these drops of origin liquid, Zichen's killing intent weakened slightly. After putting away the spirit ring, Zichen once again walked into the lightning energy. There was a technique inheritance of the Thunder Clan here, and it was a Xiantian Thunder Clan technique. As soon as Zichen walked in, he saw a huge thunder seal falling towards Zichen's head. It was a huge square seal with a thunder dragon engraved on each of the 4 corners. The dragons' heads were facing down, their mouths slightly open. They looked very lifelike, as if there were 4 thunder dragons lying on top of the seal. This was the Thunder Clan's Xiantian Thunder Seal. It was extremely powerful. After sensing the Thunder Seal between Zichen's eyebrows, the Thunder Seal fell from the sky. As it fell, the Thunder Seal gradually shrank, finally landing between Zichen's eyebrows and merging into his knowledge sea. Chapter 842. Amidst the lightning energy, Zichen was comprehending the innate lightning skill. There was a heavenly Thunder Seal imprint in his sea of consciousness. As time passed, Zichen's comprehension deepened and the imprint dissipated, but at a slower speed. Once the imprint dissipated, Zichen would be able to obtain the complete innate lightning skill. However, he still had a long way to go before he could perfectly control it and unleash its full power. Take the perfect body technique that the barbarian god had imparted to Zichen. Zichen had only broken through to the 2nd level after decades of effort. Originally, Zichen had an extraordinary comprehension speed for techniques. This was the innate ability that the lightning youth had given him. However, this ability seemed to be only effective for acquired techniques and had no effect on innate techniques. Zichen sat cross-legged as lightning raged around him. These lightning bolts were enough to kill anyone who wasn't from the Thunder Clan. However, to the Thunder Clan, these lightning bolts posed no danger at all. This was an advantage that the ancient road had given to the 4 ancient clans. The lightning bolts around him were blocked by the golden imprint. Zichen, who was immersed in comprehending, frowned from time to time and formed hand seals. Just as Zichen was immersed in comprehending, traces of lightning energy passed through the golden imprint and converged on Zichen's body. The lightning energy was very pure, and the direction in which it converged was also very uniform. All of it surged towards Zichen's back. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that the lightning energy was surging towards Zichen's heavenly thunder wings. After absorbing the lightning energy, the heavenly thunder wings seemed to be undergoing some changes. In the outside world, Qin Li and the others rushed out of the mountain peak and didn't find any trace of Lei Yiming. They walked down the stone steps as fast as they could and released their spiritual senses. After finding no clues, they flew towards the Silver World. However, when they arrived, they didn't find any trace of Lei Yiming. When they asked the others, no one saw Lei Yiming come back either. Everyone's expression was extremely gloomy. Killing Lei Yiming was one of their goals, and snatching Zichen's pet was the ultimate goal. However, Lei Yiming's whereabouts were unknown. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with unwillingness. After a while, Qin Li was the first to speak. Since we didn't get the innate stage battle skill, should we stay together and look for it, or should we go our separate ways? After hearing what Qin Li said, He paused and said, "That's the innate skill of the 4 ancient clans. It's already confirmed that we can't get it. There's no point in forming an alliance. Let's split up and find our own opportunities." That's right. The chances of finding a fortuitous encounter in this area are still very high. If we split up, the chances of finding fortuitous encounters will be even higher. Zhong Meng nodded and said, "But everyone can leave a token of contact. If there's anything, we can meet again." Finally, Lan Lang said, "Agreed." Out of the 5 innates, 4 of them had already expressed their views. Even if Xia Xinbiao didn't express his views, it didn't matter. As for Hu Tian, he didn't even have the authority to express his views. Without a common goal, there was no point in everyone staying together. Following this, the 11 of them all left their contact details. The 5 innates also left the contact details of the 6 postliminary masters. It wasn't purely because they wanted to help, but because they were hoping that the other party might discover the innate techniques. If they couldn't handle it, they would call for help. Just like the previous place, it was also discovered by a Hutian warrior. The 5 Xiantian warriors went their separate ways, leaving behind only 6 Hutian warriors outside the Silver World. In the outside world, the 6 of them were undoubtedly powerful. But in a place with innates, the 6 of them would be suppressed. If they formed an alliance, they still had a chance. But once they split up, they wouldn't be able to deter innates. "Where are you guys going?" Yarrow Ting Fei looked at everyone. The other 5 didn't have a good place to go. As for leaving, it was very unrealistic. They only had one chance in their lives. Before they got what they wanted, they wouldn't leave no matter what. As Hutian warriors, they naturally knew that the thunder liquid essence could transform people into innates. But the amount needed was impossible to estimate. Even if they stayed in the silver world all day and spent 10,000 years, they might not be able to obtain enough thunder liquid essence to transform into innates. The 5 of them didn't have a good place to go. Yarrow Tingfei suggested, since you guys don't have a good plan, why don't we find Lei Ming together first? This was a good suggestion, and the 5 of them nodded. Although the 11 of them had split up, these 11 people were doing the same thing. Soon, news spread that Zi Chen was dead and Lei Ming had escaped. Lei Ming, who had once followed Zi Chen to rob many trial challengers, aroused public indignation almost as soon as this news spread. No matter if they had a grudge or not, after hearing this news, almost all of them stepped into the ranks to find Lei Ming. Of course, looking for Lei Ming was united, but everyone's thoughts were not necessarily the same. Lei Ming's entire person seemed to have disappeared from this world. Under the circumstances where all the trial challengers were looking for him, they couldn't find any trace of him even after several days. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In Zi Chen's knowledge sea, the previously solid thunder seal had become illusory and dim, as if it could dissipate at any time. Zi Chen's meditation was nearing its end. 3 days later, the thunder seal in Zi Chen's knowledge sea completely disappeared. Zi Chen opened his eyes. Zi Chen stood up and looked at the world of lightning in front of him. Lightning seemed to flash in his eyes, and in the next moment, Zi Chen's hands began to form a seal. These were the seals that Zi Chen had comprehended in the past 8 days. They were also the seals of the Xiantian technique Heavenly Thunder Seal. As soon as the seals were formed, the entire world of lightning began to riot. After the last seal fell, a huge thunder seal fell from the sky. The thunder seal shone with a silver light, and there were 4 thunder dragons on it. However, compared to the previous day, Zi Chen's thunder seal was not very clear. The lines on it were also very vague. Although the thunder dragons were majestic, they were also in an illusory state. After comprehending for 8 days, Zi Chen was able to use the basics of the thunder seal. Although he couldn't display the strongest power of the thunder seal, just a little bit of its power was enough to surpass many Hutian techniques. The thunder seal didn't fall and dissipated in midair. However, Zi Chen was very satisfied with the thunder seal. Just as Zi Chen was about to leave this place, a light suddenly flashed on his back. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on its own. The wings shone with a silver light, and streaks of silver lightning circulated around them. The sudden appearance of the thunder wings startled Zi Chen, but soon, a smile appeared on his face. When the smile completely bloomed on his face, the thunder wings on Zi Chen's back suddenly shook. In this world of lightning, Zi Chen's figure suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a real thunderbolt. It was as if he had merged with the lightning, and there was no longer any distinction between them. Zi Chen's body turned into a flash of lightning, displaying his Yantian speed. Just a moment ago, when the thunder wings appeared, it was followed by the 7th flash of the 9 flashes of lightning. The appearance of this flash allowed Zi Chen's footwork to be upgraded to the Xiantian level. When the lightning dissipated, Zi Chen was already outside the world of lightning, standing outside the light of the 4-colored energy. 8 days ago, his doppelganger was jointly sent into the 4-colored energy by 10 people. 8 days later, Zi Chen's real body appeared, standing here once again. The ancient road of the strongest trial is full of danger and consumes too many resources. Since you were the first to be unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Zi Chen's face. Soon after, Zi Chen left this place. There were 9 layers of restrictions here, but to Zi Chen, they existed in name only. The ancient road of the strongest trial was indeed very generous to the 4 great ancient clans. When Zi Chen passed through the 9 layers of restrictions, Barbarian Dragon, who had received the news, appeared with Lei Ming. In these 8 days, the 2 of them had been hiding underground outside the Forbidden Sky domain. No one could guess where they were, so naturally, no one could find them. Zi Chen. When Lei Ming reached the peak again and saw Zi Chen, He was pleasantly surprised. Zichen nodded and asked, "What's the situation outside?" Lei Yiming shook his head, "I don't know. We've been hiding underground for the past few days." "What happened? Why did Barbarian Dragon bring me away?" Zichen sneered, "We found a Xiantian technique, but it's a technique exclusive to the 4 great ancient clans. They can't get it." Lei Yiming's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Did they attack you?" "That's right. Luckily, I reacted in time. Otherwise, I would have died." Lei Yiming looked at Zichen and said, "It's good that you're fine. Did you get that Xiantian technique? What is it?" Zichen had nothing to hide from Lei Yiming, who was also from the Thunder Clan. Moreover, along the way, he had resolved several dangers related to the Thunder Clan. He had long since decided to repay the Thunder Clan. "Heavenly Thunder Seal," Zichen said. "Heavenly Thunder Seal, it's actually Heavenly Thunder Seal," Lei Yiming exclaimed. Although the Thunder Clan had lost the Thunder Clan's techniques, many of them were still in the records. This Heavenly Thunder Seal was an extremely powerful Xiantian lightning technique. "Let's not talk about this for now. Now, I'm going to kill and clear the area. Are you going to stay here and study or come with me?" Zichen asked. Lei Yiming pondered for a moment, then said, "I'll go with you." After Zichen nodded, the two left the area. On the way, Lei Yiming heard about what the Xiantian realm warriors had done. He cursed them for being shameless. "Lei Yiming, it's Lei Yiming. Look, it's really Lei Yiming. We've been looking for him for a long time." The two of them had just flown 100 miles when they discovered traces of the trial takers. When the trial takers saw Lei Yiming, their faces instantly lit up with ecstasy. But before they could fly over, they saw Zichen. "Zichen, that's Zichen. Damn it, didn't they say Zichen was dead? The news is wrong. Let's go." The challengers' faces changed. They turned around and wanted to run, but their speed was too slow. Not to mention Zichen and Torvosaurus, even Lei Yiming couldn't compare. Lei Yiming rushed forward and knocked his opponent unconscious in a few moves. This time, Zichen didn't hold back. He swept his gaze over the challengers who had fainted and said coldly, "Take away their resources and throw them out of this world." The several Xiantian realm trial takers' selfishness had thoroughly infuriated Zichen. After returning, Zichen decided to follow suit, causing Zichen to be enraged. Chapter 843. The exit to this world was hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was a huge transmission array. If the trial takers wanted to leave this world, they had to go through it. But those who came to this world were all people with great opportunities. Before they were satisfied with their harvest, no one was willing to leave. Take Lei Yiming for example. In this world, he had been bullied by the other trial takers, but he still stayed here for many years. After Zichen became angry, this world was no longer as simple as leaving whenever one wanted. Now, whenever Zichen saw a cultivator, he would directly knock them unconscious and force them to leave if he had no enmity with them. If he did, he would kill them on the spot. Whether it was out of selfishness or revenge, in short, the angry Zichen had gone crazy. Because of a mere 10 people, Zichen had taken his anger out on all the trial takers in this world. His actions were undoubtedly unwise, and it would be extremely disadvantageous for him in the future. But in life, one could not always be rational. Sometimes, one had to be impulsive. During this time, Lei Yiming had completely become an errand boy. So far, he had already sent out more than 20 trial takers. The next time these 20 trial takers appeared, they would be in the first human gathering place. This feeling is really wonderful. Lei Yiming used his energy to support the 10 unconscious trial takers. His face was full of pride and satisfaction. All these years, he had been bullied. When had he ever bullied others? Now, all the people who had bullied him had become unconscious in front of Lei Yiming. And Lei Yiming was going to throw them out of this world. Peng, peng, peng. Like throwing chickens, Lei Yiming threw them onto the transmission array. This transmission array did not require yuan stones. It relied on the array to automatically absorb the world's spiritual energy and operate on its own. Just as the 10 or so people were thrown on the array, a light flashed, and they all disappeared. When Lei Ming finished dealing with the crowd and returned, he found that another group of people had been met by Zichen. These people were all trial takers who wanted to find Lei Ming and blackmail him to find the lightning liquid for them. After seeing Zichen, their faces instantly changed, and they immediately fled. As a Xiantian realm warrior, Zichen's battle strength was undoubtedly strong. In a situation where there were no strong Hutian realm warriors, they had no chance of winning. Lei Ming watched from afar as Zichen chased after him. Zichen's body flashed with a golden light as he displayed his Hutian extreme speed. Even if he didn't use the heavenly thunder wings, this kind of Hutian extreme speed was unparalleled. Flashing in front of a cultivator, Zichen threw a punch. His attacks were simple and direct. Over the past few days, Lei Ming had seen them many times. But every time he saw Zichen fight, Lei Ming's mind would be in a state of shock. He would feel his blood boil. The trial taker's strength was not weak, and his reaction was very quick. The moment Zichen appeared in front of him, he had already taken out his elixir weapon and prepared a timely defense. However, under Zichen's punch, both the pill weapon and the defensive barrier were instantly shattered. At the same time, the powerful punch knocked the trial taker unconscious. The fact that the trial taker had been knocked unconscious so easily wasn't because the trial taker was weak, but because Zichen's combat power was too strong. Zichen's attacks seemed simple, but they required a strong physical strength to support them. This kind of rough, brutal, and direct fighting could not be done without the cooperation of a strong physique. It was unknown whether others could do it, but at least Lei Ming couldn't. He had tried it before. In the end, when he punched, the other party was fine, but the bones in his hand were shattered. As his body flashed, Zichen punched again and again. One after another, the trial takers were knocked unconscious and fell from the sky. While shocked by Zichen's combat power, Lei Ming did not stand there like a fool. In addition to being in charge of transportation, he had a more important task, which was to collect the resources on the people's bodies. Zichen did things according to his principles. Although he had cut off the people's opportunities, he did not destroy their lives. He only wanted resources and not materials. He left some materials for them to exchange when they arrived at the first human gathering place. Almost in the blink of an eye, Zichen, who had punched more than 10 times, ended the battle. His body landed from the sky. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He looked calm and did not consume much energy. After Lei Ming collected the resources as quickly as possible, he put them in a spirit ring and handed it to Zichen. But it had to be said that the harvest this time was not much, because there were a few things that had been snatched before. Throw them away. After putting away the spirit ring, Zichen glanced at the trial takers and said indifferently, "Throw them away." Lei Ming nodded. He had just returned, but now he had to leave again. Among these people, there were a few that Lei Ming could not bear to look back on. After seeing them faint, Lei Ming secretly kicked them a few times to vent his dissatisfaction. As for whether or not he would break their bones, Lei Ming did not consider it. Even if he did, they would be like dead pigs after fainting. They would not know who did it. Even if they woke up and found that their bones were broken, they would only think that it was caused by Zichen. Zichen had already attracted enough hatred, so he did not care about such a small and insignificant hatred. Zichen attracted more and more hatred, and the sudden appearance of so many trial takers who had fainted in the human gathering area also attracted a lot of attention. Zichen did not know that, although he had not set foot in the first human gathering area, he had already attracted a lot of attention. This was because there was no lack of sky martialists among the trial takers who had fainted. The first thing these people said when they woke up was to shout at Zichen. During this time, almost all the regions were talking about what Zichen had done on the 5-8 ancient road. Zichen did not know that he had already become famous before he had even reached the first human gathering area. Of course, this was a story for another time. Lei Ming was very pleased with himself as he led the fainted trial takers to the teleportation platform. He had vented his anger a few times, so he was secretly feeling good. Suddenly, Lei Ming's complacent expression disappeared and he looked straight ahead. 6 cultivators appeared in front of him. They were all Hutian martialists, and their strength was comparable to Tang Yun's. Coincidentally, Lei Yiming recognized these 6 people. They were the 6 people who had followed the 5 Xiantian martialists to search for the Xiantian technique. While Lei Yiming was in a daze, the 6 of them also saw him. They were startled at first, but then ecstasy appeared on their faces. They had been searching for Lei Yiming for more than 10 days, but they had not found any clues. Moreover, the number of trial takers they had encountered along the way was getting fewer and fewer. Just as they were about to give up and search for the technique inheritance, they unexpectedly encountered Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming! Yarrow Tingfei shouted from a distance. Lei Yiming seemed to wake up when he heard this shout. He let out a strange cry and ran away, abandoning the dozen fainted trial takers. "Stop right there, you damned bastard. Lei Yiming, you stop right there." When they saw Lei Yiming running away, Yarrow Tingfei and the others immediately chased after him. Before they shouted, Lei Yiming's speed was not very fast, but after they shouted, Lei Yiming's speed suddenly changed and he rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. These days, Lei Yiming had not given up on refining the liquid lightning essence. Of course, his liquid lightning essence came from Zichen's hands. Although his strength did not increase, after refining so much liquid lightning essence, the quality of his lightning essence had greatly improved, and his battle strength had also increased by several times. At this moment, Lei Yiming increased his speed and left the 6 people far behind. "Damned bastard, you can run, but let's see how long you can run." The 6 people gritted their teeth and chased after him, trying to close the distance between them. "Help, help!" Lei Yiming shouted as he ran, but there were sounds of mockery behind him. Zichen was already dead, and everyone was looking for Lei Yiming. No one would save him. The 6 people had smug and sinister smiles on their faces, but they completely ignored the fact that Lei Yiming had brought the dozen fainted trial takers with him. Hearing Lei Yiming's cry for help, Zichen frowned slightly and looked towards the horizon. Lei Yiming was still shouting, but after seeing Zichen, his face lit up and he shouted, "Zichen, Zichen, I've brought your enemy here. He's right behind you." Lei Yiming did not deliberately suppress his voice, so the 6 people behind him heard him clearly. When they heard the 2 words Zichen, their expressions changed slightly, but soon, they laughed wildly. "Lei Yiming, are you trying to use this trick to escape? Let me tell you, it's useless. Not to mention that Zichen is already dead, even if he's not dead and suddenly appears, we can still kill him." Yarrow Tingfei joked. "Is that so?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the horizon, followed by a terrifying aura. Zichen's figure appeared on the horizon, his eyes filled with killing intent. Seeing Zichen, the 6 people looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yarrow Tingfei pointed at Zichen and said in horror, You're dead. Dead? Do you think I went through the ancient road for nothing? If you're not dead, how can I be dead?" Zichen's voice became colder and colder, and his figure was approaching at an extremely fast speed. The 6 people were angry and had the urge to curse. Obviously, they had been tricked by Lei Yiming. At this moment, Zichen was approaching, but the 6 people were unwilling to retreat. After looking at each other, they could only fight again. Moreover, the 6 people's combat strength was second only to a Xiantian warrior. Once they joined forces, even a Xiantian warrior would have to avoid them. The 6 people looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, they attacked Zichen fiercely. Although they were using acquired skills, their power was definitely strong. If it were an ordinary Xiantian warrior, facing such a powerful attack, he would naturally choose to avoid it first. Then, he would find an opportunity to attack and defeat them one by one. However, Zichen was not an ordinary Xiantian warrior. His elemental energy was already at the Xiantian level. Moreover, he had 2 types of Xiantian elemental energy. He was equivalent to 2 Xiantian warriors. As for his physique, he had the most perfect physique. In addition, he had a battle technique specially created for the perfect body. Zichen, who was at the pinnacle of level 7, had strength that exceeded his elemental energy realm. Therefore, Zichen took the initiative to meet the 6 attacks. At the same time, the golden strength of his physical body was displayed to the extreme. Zi Chen swung his fist and released a fist light formed by Enchantment's skill. Although this dazzling fist was not domineering, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. After the 6 acquired warriors' powerful attacks collided with Zi Chen's fist light, they were instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, a rumbling sound came from the sky. The 6 people's joint attack was dissolved by Zi Chen's fist. Chapter 844. The combat power of the 6 of them was infinitely close to the Xiantian realm, but their combined attack was neutralized in a single blow. At this moment, the 6 of them were completely shocked by Zi Chen's strength. Zi Chen did not stop after smashing the 6 attacks with a single punch. Instead, he turned into a golden light and rushed forward. The Xiantian realm combat technique appeared again, and the golden fist appeared once more. This time, Zi Chen initiated the attack. The 6 of them attacked together in a hurry. The 5 elemental techniques were displayed. Different colors of energy surged. Time was short, and the 6 of them switched from offense to defense. Peng! When Zi Chen's attack arrived, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His golden fist was so dazzling that it was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. Amidst the rumbling sound, the person closest to Zi Chen had his defense broken. He was struck by Zi Chen, and his body was sent flying. Of the 6 people who had formed the defense, only 5 remained. After the punch, Zi Chen rose into the air. His body did not stop, and he immediately punched again. Peng! The golden fist shone with a terrifying power. This punch broke through layers of defense and hit another person. Another one of the 5 was sent flying by Zi Chen. The 5 of them joined forces, and there were only 4 left. Just like that, the 6 people's defenses were all shattered by Zi Chen's continuous punches. The surging power sent the 6 people flying one after another. During this time, there were 3 attacks that Zi Chen did not dodge and was hit. However, with his powerful physique, these 3 attacks were not enough to kill Zi Chen. One of the elixir weapon's attacks even landed on Zi Chen's body, producing a clanging sound. It did not break through his defense, and instead, the elixir weapon was sent flying. Seeing Zi Chen break the defense of the 6 of them with 7 punches and send them flying, Lei Yiming was petrified. He secretly exclaimed that Zi Chen's combat power was too terrifying. But soon, Lei Yiming became excited because Zi Chen represented the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan that possessed powerful techniques was terrifying. Being repelled so easily, the 6 people's eyes were filled with shock. One must know that the 6 of them were only weaker than an innate rancor. If the 6 of them joined hands, it would be necessary for them to retreat. However, Zi Chen's combat power was too strong. He could actually fight against the 6 of them alone. The 6 of them were sent flying, but they weren't injured. They looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, they charged towards Zi Chen. From their point of view, Zi Chen's battle prowess was indeed strong, but that was the limit. Fighting 1 against 6, Zi Chen could only barely resist and not truly suppress them. On the other hand, the 6 of them were strong and had rich and abundant origin energy. They had a chance of killing Zi Chen. Upon seeing the 6 of them rush over, Zi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pushed his perfect body's strength to its limits as he stood in midair. He clenched his right fist and accumulated strength without taking the initiative to attack. Within a short distance, the 6 of them arrived in front of Zi Chen in the blink of an eye. Their elixir weapons flickered with cold light as they ruthlessly pierced towards Zi Chen. Facing the 6 attacks, Zi Chen punched out instead of dodging. It was obvious that he wanted to meet force with force. However, exchanging 1 attack for 6 attacks was not a good deal. Courting death. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the 6. Their originally powerful attacks were now 30% stronger. Zi Chen's defense had already been raised to its limits. As for his fist, it contained extremely terrifying strength. When the 6 attacks arrived, Zi Chen's fist beam had already landed. Neither side dodged as an explosion sounded. Fut among the 6 of them, Zi Chen attacked Yarrow Tingfei. After receiving Zi Chen's strongest punch after accumulating strength, the elixir weapon in his hand instantly shattered and exploded. At the same time, a terrifying force surged towards him. Under the surging force, Yarrow Tingfei immediately coughed out blood and was sent flying. With one strike, Yarrow Tingfei was heavily injured. Many of the bones in his body were shattered, and he had lost almost all of his combat ability. While the other 5 people's attacks landed on Zichen, 2 of them did not break through his defense, while the other 3 only caused some superficial wounds on Zichen. Zichen's super strong defense caused the 5's faces to be filled with shock. In the distance, Lei Ming was also completely shocked. However, he was not shocked by Zichen's defense, but by Zichen's special attack. Just as the 5 people's attacks were about to land, Zichen's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This dazzling light blocked the vision of the 5 people. The dazzling light disappeared in a flash, but there were now 2 more people in the originally 6 people field. These 2 people had the same appearance as Zichen. They should be Zichen's doppelgangers. However, their temperaments were completely different. One had a head full of golden hair and looked very handsome. He held a huge golden sword in his hand. The other had a head full of silver hair and a cold aura. He held the silver soul spear tightly in his hand. The 2 appeared behind the 5 and immediately attacked. The golden sword in Zichen's hand carried a cold sword light as it chopped towards the head of a Hutian warrior. The silver hair Zichen held the silver soul spear in his hand. It turned into a cold bolt of lightning and pointed towards the back of the other warrior. The 2 had appeared very suddenly. Besides Lei Ming, no one else had seen them. The timing of their attacks was also very accurate. They had attacked almost as soon as the 5's attacks were about to land. The 2 were right behind them. Their attacks arrived in the blink of an eye. The golden sword light flashed and a Hutian warrior's head was separated from his body. His face was still filled with shock at Zichen's defense. At the same time, a silver spear light flashed from another direction and pierced through the heart of another warrior. With a hole in the heart, the warrior's face was filled with shock. This scene happened in the blink of an eye. After the 2 were injured, a turbulent force rushed towards their knowledge seas. Their spiritual senses were instantly destroyed and they died. When the other 3 saw this scene, they subconsciously turned their heads. Just as they turned their heads, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. This attack was a Xiantian level attack. It heavily hit the chest of a Hutian warrior. A muffled explosion sounded in the air. The Hutian warrior who had been hit by Zichen's full force attack was sent flying. But unlike Yarrow Tingfei, when he was sent flying, the powerful force had already extinguished his life force. In almost the blink of an eye, 3 of the 6 had died and 1 was seriously injured. The other 2 knew that things were not going well and fled in 2 different directions. The golden hair Zichen and the silver hair Zichen chased after the other 2. Zichen's cold eyes fell on Yarrow Tingfei who was trying to escape. He did not chase after him. Instead, he formed a seal in the air. The seal of the Xiantian level heavenly thunder seal quickly fell. The sky suddenly shook and a huge thunder seal appeared. This thunder seal was somewhat illusory, but the terrifying power it contained made Yarrow Tingfei's soul leave his body. This is the Xiantian level thunder seal. Seeing the thunder seal coming straight for him, Yarrow Tingfei mobilized all the power in his body to block the attack. But how could he block the Xiantian level thunder seal when he was seriously injured? Boom! The thunder seal crashed down, creating a deep hole in the ground. And in the deep hole was a corpse with an unrecognizable face. Yarrow Tingfei, dead. Not long after, 2 more explosions sounded in the distant sky. Then, 2 rays of light flew over from the horizon. One was gold and the other was silver. As they approached, the 2 rays of light turned into human figures. They were Zichen's 2 doppelgangers. The 2 doppelgangers were holding a spirit ring and an inner core. After handing the things to Zichen, the 2 doppelgangers immediately disappeared. During this time, Zichen also took the resources of the other 4 people. Lei Ming, who had left with Zichen, still had a look of shock on his face. 6 powerful Hutian warriors had actually been so easily slaughtered. And the death of 6 people only left Zichen with minor injuries. After the 2 left, the trial takers heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw the corpses on the ground, their faces changed dramatically. Many of them had already recognized the identities of these Hutian warriors. Seeing the 6 corpses, which meant that 6 powerful Hutian warriors had died, the crowd didn't say much. But they faintly felt that the situation was not good. But at this moment, they heard the sound of an explosion in the distance. "It's not far from here. Let's go and have a look." The group of people flew in the direction of the explosion. After 10,000 miles, they saw 2 people fighting in the sky. It's Qin Li, the Xiantian level warrior. After seeing the person fighting in the field, someone exclaimed. As a Xiantian level warrior, Qin Li was very famous in this world. But at this moment, there was someone fighting with Qin Li, and there was no clear winner. When everyone's eyes fell on Qin Li's opponent, many people's faces changed. Zichen, it's Zichen. Isn't he dead? Zichen, is he the Zichen who randomly stole resources? In this world, who else could it be? After seeing Zichen, the crowd exclaimed again and again. Then, they saw Lei Yiming not far away. In the sky, the 2 people were fighting fiercely, and there was no clear winner. This was a battle between 2 Xiantian level warriors, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. More and more trial takers rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the battle in the sky, their faces changed greatly. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded from the horizon, and a turbulent aura came raging. Zichen, die. The person who came was another Xiantian level warrior. It was Zhong Meng. When he saw Zichen in the distance, he shouted loudly. Another Xiantian level warrior came. Just when everyone thought that Zichen was going to escape, something strange happened. They saw Zichen's body suddenly emitting a dazzling light, and his whole body split into 3. One was the blonde Zichen, one was the silver-haired Zichen, and the last one was his real body. After the 3 Zichens appeared, they attacked Qin Li together. Zichen's real body attacked, and with a powerful punch, Qin Li was sent flying more than 10 meters. At the same time, Zichen's 2 doppelgangers attacked. They formed seals with their hands, and the lightning energy of extreme yin and extreme yang surged out. The 2 energies turned into sharp blades and rushed towards Qin Li. When they got close, they collided with each other. When yin and yang collided, the power of the extreme yuan force increased by dozens of times. Qin Li, who was at the center of the collision, let out a shrill scream. This scream was earth-shattering, and it stunned everyone. Zhong Meng, who was rushing over, heard this scream, and his face changed drastically. At the same time, his body flew into the air. Chapter 845. The turn of the battle was truly unexpected. In just one short attack, the powerful Xiantian warrior, Qin Li, had been killed. Of course, he had underestimated his opponent, and Zichen's unexpected attack was one of the reasons. However, Zichen's strength was even more important. When the 2 completely opposite ultimate elemental energies were unleashed, the destructive power was far beyond everyone's imagination. Qin Li's body turned into charred black and fell to the ground. The surroundings were dead silent. Everyone was petrified. The powerful Xiantian warrior, Qin Li, had been killed in such a way. One had to know that this was a Xiantian warrior, not a Hutian warrior. Zichen stood in the air with a cold expression. Killing a Xiantian warrior in one blow made his body seem even taller. His 2 doppelgangers, one gold and one silver, stood on his left and right like servants. Seeing Qin Li killed in one blow, Zhong Meng's face was full of shock. He had long stopped rushing forward and looked at Zichen with eyes full of reverence. When Zichen's cold eyes swept over, Zhong Meng did not hide the fear in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Obviously, after killing Qin Li, Zhong Meng knew that he would be the next person Zichen would kill. Run! Do you think you can run? Zichen's cold voice sounded in the next moment. His body was full of killing intent. None of the people who had schemed against him would be left alive. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. With a flap of the wings, Zichen displayed the extreme speed of a Xiantian warrior. He chased after Zhong Meng like a bolt of lightning. She spread her spiritual senses and sensed the strange speed behind her. The fear in Zhong Meng's heart grew stronger. Qin Li had been killed in one move. Zhong Meng did not think that she was stronger than Qin Li. Before the reinforcements came, she would definitely die if they caught up. Therefore, he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. A mouthful of dark red blood essence condensed in the air and didn't dissipate. Zhong Meng extended his glowing finger and drew on the blood essence. At the critical moment of life and death, his drawing speed was very fast. As a simple pattern formed on the blood essence, Zhong Meng's blood essence and essence force instantly depleted by a third. In the next moment, a mysterious power was emitted from the blood essence. This power enveloped Zhong Meng's entire body. In the next moment, Zhong Meng's entire body emitted a faint red light. Her speed was several times faster than before. Using the secret technique, Zhong Meng's speed actually surpassed Zi Chen's innate extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he had left Zi Chen far behind. Then, Zhong Meng took out one token after another from his bosom and crushed them one by one. If he was alone, he was afraid of Zi Chen's battle prowess. But once reinforcements arrived, they would definitely be able to kill Zi Chen. This was because, as a fellow trial taker, who could withstand the siege of several Xiantian realm martial artists and offend Zi Chen? Both sides would not rest until one of them was dead. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, Zhong Meng did not want to miss it. However, in this kind of situation, the difference between killing and being killed was just a thought away. The power of the secret technique was gradually dissipating, and Zhong Meng's speed decreased. Just as Zhong Meng thought that he should leave Zi Chen far behind, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Zi Chen was shooting over like a bolt of lightning. Although Zi Chen had only practiced up to the 7 fades level of the 7 fades, this 7 fades was not something that a mere secret technique could compare with. The secret technique could only allow the user to erupt with extreme speed in an instant. However, this kind of extreme speed could not be maintained for long. This was only an emergency measure. Zhong Meng's speed was getting slower and slower. Correspondingly, Zi Chen's speed was getting faster and faster. The distance between the two was also getting shorter and shorter. If this continued, it would not be long before Zi Chen caught up to Zhong Meng. Reinforcements had not arrived yet, and Zhong Meng had used the secret technique once more. His battle prowess had been greatly reduced. If he used the secret technique once more and still could not wait for reinforcements, then even escaping would be impossible. Forget it. I'll think about it next time. Zhong Meng sighed helplessly and continued to vomit blood. After another third of his essence blood and elemental energy was forcibly absorbed, he accelerated once more. In a short period of time, Zhong Meng had used the secret technique twice in a row. He clearly felt weak. This time, he no longer hoped to kill Zi Chen. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the teleportation platform. Swoosh! Just as the power of the secret technique was about to be exhausted, the exhausted Zhong Meng finally saw the teleportation exit. His face finally had a look of relief. He had been frantically running all this time. The feeling of being chased almost made him collapse. He rushed in. The light of the teleportation array activated, and Zhong Meng's figure disappeared. In the end, Zi Chen did not manage to catch up. 2 Xiantian warriors, one dead and one escaping. Zi Chen chased after him. Just as everyone was still in shock, Lei Ming suddenly appeared. He walked straight towards the dead Qin Li. Since Qin Li was dead, he was responsible for taking away Qin Li's resources. There were dozens of trial takers here. Originally, they were all looking for Lei Ming. But now, seeing Lei Ming on the scene, no one dared to make a move. Hurry up and chase everyone out of this world. Suddenly, Zi Chen's voice came from the horizon. Zhong Meng used the secret technique to escape, and Zi Chen quickly returned. Hearing Zi Chen's voice, Lei Ming put away the resources and rushed towards the trial takers without hesitation. At the same time, a loud dragon roar resounded. The Torvosaurus that had been following Lei Ming suddenly grew bigger and also rushed towards the trial takers. Run! Hurry up and leave this world. Crazy, Zi Chen has gone crazy. He wants to attack everyone. The trial takers all shouted. The scene of Zi Chen killing Qin Li was still vivid in their minds. They did not dare to have any thoughts of fighting back, so they turned around and ran. Zichen looked at the trial takers who were escaping from the sky and did not make a move. There were dozens of trial takers who fled in all directions. The Torvosaurus and Lei Ming could not deal with them all. Soon, some of them successfully escaped. There were too many trial takers in this world. Zichen could not plunder all of them. He did not have that much time and energy. As for the resources they had, the dozens of them added together were not even a fraction of what a Xiantian realm martial artist would have. Among the dozens of trial takers, more than 20 were knocked unconscious by the Torvosaurus and Lei Ming. Lei Ming brought these 20-plus people and flew towards the exit. After Lei Ming returned, Zichen and Lei Ming set off to find other Xiantian realm martial artists and kill them one by one. The news of Zichen killing Qin Li in one strike quickly spread throughout this world. Many people saw that the situation was not good and were already preparing to escape. Compared to opportunities, life was more important. Thus, more and more people began to leave this world. The two Xiantian realm martial artists naturally heard the news and quickly gathered together. Zichen is not dead. Do you know? This was the first sentence that the two of them said after reuniting. For some reason, Xiaxin was not with them. He killed Qin Li in one strike and chased Zhongmeng away, Lanlang said. Obviously, he knew the whole story. Killing Qin Li in one strike? Could it be a rumor? Zichen is only in the middle stage of the primal core realm. How could he have such strong battle power? He was in disbelief. Lanlang shook his head and said, "It is not a rumor. The person who told me the news said it very clearly. Zichen's two doppelgangers turned Qin Li into a charred corpse with one strike. Moreover, his two doppelgangers actually had opposite ultimate Yuan Li. How is that possible?" Hearing this, Hizedi's eyes immediately widened. He exclaimed, "Could it be that Zichen's body contains two ultimate Yuan Li?" Lanlang nodded. His face was extremely ugly. Although this is unbelievable, it is the truth. One is yin thunder, and the other is yang thunder. The power produced by the collision of yin and yang is unimaginable. Possessing two ultimate Yuan Li? How did he survive? Damn it, I didn't think that we would scheme against such an existence. Zichen is not dead. It seems that the one we sent in was a doppelganger. Damn it, we were so careless that we didn't see it. Hizei continued, "Then what do we do now? We can't contact Xiaxin. The two of us may not be able to kill Zichen." "Kill him?" Lanlang stared and said, "You still want to kill him? Whether we can survive or not is still uncertain. Don't forget that Zichen has an extremely powerful pet. That pet is very similar to the green dragon totem. Its battle power is definitely not weak." "Then what do you mean?" "Let's wait for Xiaxin. If we can't wait, the two of us will work together to escape," Lanlang said without hesitation. Hizei paused and said, "Lanlang didn't make a move back then. The possibility of him escaping with us is not high. Moreover, Zichen's battle power is so strong. He naturally won't be willing to go against Zichen for us. It's fine if we don't run. Then let's go. Let's go now." With that, the two of them stood up and rushed towards the teleportation platform. When they were still a few miles away from the teleportation platform, they saw Zichen from afar. Obviously, Zichen had already predicted this and was waiting for the two of them here. The two of them looked at each other. They didn't turn around and run. Instead, they flew forward. Zichen looked at the two of them coldly. The two of them didn't say much. When they were less than 2 miles away, the two of them suddenly accelerated and attacked Zichen together. Zichen's body emitted a strong light. The two great doppelgangers had already appeared. After they appeared, they began to form hand seals. In the next moment, 2 huge square seals appeared in the sky. This was the Heavenly Thunder Seal. It was formed by 2 extreme energies. One was golden and carried a destructive thunder power within it. The other was silver and carried a destructive thunder power within it. The 2 thunder seals directly blocked the two of them. The two of them had no choice but to use their powerful attacks. However, before their attacks could land, the two lightning seals collided in the sky. Boom! It was comparable to the self-destruction of a primordial core. The area within a radius of a few miles immediately became a zone of destruction. The collision of the two extreme energies caused a huge tremor. Before the collision's energy dissipated, two light figures rushed out. It was He Ziyi and Lan Lang. However, at this moment, their clothes were torn in many places. They looked extremely miserable. The two of them had just rushed out. The two great doppelgangers rushed towards Lan Lang with their elixir weapons, while Zichen rushed towards He Ziyi. At the same time, a loud dragon roar sounded. The dragon flew over from the sky and joined the battle. Previously, it was 2 against 1, but now it was 4 against 2. Chapter 846. Back then, Zhong Meng was able to escape from Zichen mainly because she was far enough away from Zichen. When Zichen used his innate speed to chase after her, the latter decisively used a secret technique to escape. However, Lan Lang and He Ziyi charged straight at Zichen, attempting to charge past Zichen and reach the teleportation platform. However, once the distance between them closed, Zichen displayed his ferocious and swift attacks. Under a series of high-frequency attacks, the two of them no longer had the chance to use their secret techniques. Escaping was impossible. Even if they ran to the teleportation platform several kilometers away, it was extremely unrealistic. As they were too close to the teleportation platform and the opponent was a powerful Xiantian martial artist, a moment of carelessness could allow the opponent to take the opportunity to escape. Therefore, Zichen went all out from the beginning, using almost all of his trump cards. His avatar and the Torvosaurus both entered the battlefield. Of course, Lei Yiming did not enter. As a postnatal lightning cultivator, if Lei Yiming were to participate in a battle of this level, only death would await him. This battle was relatively long. During this period, the two of them charged several times, using all kinds of sequential and postnatal techniques in an attempt to reach the teleportation platform, but to no avail. An enraged Zichen was undoubtedly terrifying, but Zichen who displayed all of his combat strength was even more terrifying. Along the way, they had experienced many hardships and narrowly escaped death several times. When they reached the core formation realm, it was even more dangerous. Zichen had experienced many hardships in exchange for powerful combat strength that stood at the peak of the same level. Under the threat of death, the two Xiantian martial artists could be said to have unleashed all of their potential. However, their opponents were Zichen and the Torvosaurus. One had a perfect body and 2 types of ultimate innate elemental force, while the other was a pure Torvosaurus. This was a true dragon, so its combat strength was naturally not weak. A miracle did not happen to He Ziyi and Lan Lang. Even though the two of them displayed 120% of their combat strength, they still became victims of Zichen's revenge. 2 corpses fell from the sky one after another. One was blasted into a charred corpse by Zichen using ultimate elemental force, while the other had his bones shattered and his soul destroyed by the Torvosaurus. After taking the resources from the two of them, Zichen left with the barbaric dragon. Of course, they weren't leaving this world. They were going somewhere else to search for opportunities. Of the 10 people who had plotted against him that day, except for Zhong Meng, the rest were all killed. The 11th person, Xia Xin, was still alive, but the latter had not plotted against him that day. The angry Zichen was still rational and did not take the initiative to cause trouble for Xia Xin. As far as Zichen was concerned, he had reaped a lot of benefits from the journey of the 8 ancient paths. He had obtained a lot of resources, and he had also obtained a Xiantian technique. His origin power had also once again broken through because of the lightning liquid essence. It could be said that everyone was happy. With the powerful Xiantian realm martial artists dying one by one, the other challengers began to feel the pressure and danger, and began to leave. With the departure of so many challengers, there weren't many people left who could pose a threat to Lei Yiming. These days, Lei Yiming had been following Zichen. The two of them were also looking for opportunities. After all, there was only one chance, and Zichen didn't want to miss it. He also didn't want to leave too early. During this period, Zichen had passed on many Hutian lightning techniques to Lei Yiming, and Lei Yiming himself had also comprehended many ancient techniques. Lei Yiming's gains were even greater than Zi Chen's, and he had a satisfied smile on his face every day. Lei Yiming often said that as long as he left this place and returned to the Lei clan, he would definitely be able to make the Lei clan rise again. In the blink of an eye, Zi Chen had already stayed here for more than a year. Other than the Heavenly Thunder Seal, he hadn't obtained any other Xiantian techniques. However, he had obtained many Hutian techniques. These techniques could be left for the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion or the Wuji sect in the future, but they weren't of much use to the current Zi Chen. In a year, Lei Yiming had changed the most. His battle strength was almost 10 times stronger than when Zi Chen had first met him. After refining a lot of lightning liquid essence, Lei Yiming's battle strength had finally reached Tang Yun's level, and he wasn't far from the Xiantian realm. Lei Yiming had also sworn in front of Zi Chen that he wouldn't leave this place unless he used the lightning liquid essence to break through to the Xiantian realm. Zi Chen was influenced by Lei Yiming. He felt that if he didn't obtain a few Xiantian techniques in this place of great opportunities, he would be letting himself down. Therefore, Zi Chen, who was about to leave, decided to stay here for another year. During this year, other challengers had arrived, but no one dared to bully Lei Yiming, and no one dared to bully him. Zi Chen took the dragon and began to search this area alone. During this period, Zi Chen crossed mountains and rivers, and he searched mountain after mountain, and explored river after river. However, it seemed that he had no fate with Xiantian techniques. During this period, Zi Chen even returned to the place where he had obtained the Heavenly Thunder Seal. He wanted to sense it again, but to no avail. Zi Chen's karmic luck seemed to have been completely depleted. In the end, he couldn't even see Hutian techniques, let alone Xiantian techniques. Furthermore, Zi Chen suddenly had a strange feeling that he didn't fit in with this world. Why did he feel so out of tune with the world that he was in? Zi Chen felt very strange. Until half a year later, Zi Chen saw Xie Xin again. "It's you, Zi Chen." Seeing Zi Chen, Xie Xin's face was full of surprise. You didn't die." Seeing Xie Xin, Zi Chen was also very surprised, but he was even more surprised by Xie Xin's words. Therefore, he asked, "You don't know?" "Know what?" Xie Xin asked doubtfully. "I came out a year and a half ago." Zi Chen explained. "What's going on? Didn't I see you get hit by the four-colored energy?" Zi Chen smiled and said, "That was just a doppelganger." Hearing this, Xie Xin nodded, paused and said, "Sorry, I couldn't help you that time." "It's okay, it's all in the past." Seeing Zi Chen so carefree, Xie Xin asked, "What about them? Did they all leave?" "Yen, you can say that." "What do you mean by can say that?" Xie Xin was very confused. Zhong Meng left and entered the ancient road gathering place. "What about the others?" Xie Xin asked. Zi Chen said frankly, "I killed the others." "Killed them all?" Xie Xin was stunned, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Since I left last time, I went out alone to try my luck. I've been comprehending techniques for the past year and a half. During this time, I sensed their summons, but I didn't leave. Unexpectedly, they all died." Zi Chen didn't dwell on this question, but followed Xie Xin's words and asked, "You've been comprehending techniques for the past year and a half, so you've obtained a Xiantian technique?" Xie Xin didn't hide and nodded, "I've obtained a Xiantian ancient technique, but I've just started, and its power is not as good as some Hutian techniques." Zi Chen was a little unaccustomed to Xie Xin's honesty, and he didn't know what to say. "You haven't left yet, so you must be looking for a Xiantian technique." Before Zi Chen could answer, Xie Xin said again, "Good, the place where I've been comprehending Xiantian techniques is not far from here. I'll take you there." Zi Chen was stunned again. A Xiantian technique was actually given away so easily. Xie Xin spread out his hands and said, "I've already comprehended it, and that thing won't disappear. It's the same for two people. Moreover, you're on the strongest ancient road, and I'm on the first-grade ancient road. It seems that there won't be any hatred between us. If I'm lucky enough to leave here alive, maybe we can even become friends." Xie Xin's honesty surprised Zi Chen, but he wasn't a pretentious person. After nodding, he said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Xie Xin's attitude completely changed Zi Chen's impression of him. The two of them hadn't interacted much in the starting ground. At most, they would nod and smile when they met, which could count as a greeting. However, back then, Zichen had felt that Xie Xin's combat power was extraordinary, and he hadn't wanted to offend him. Now that he had come into contact with Xie Xin, Zichen found that Xie Xin was also a sentimental person. At the very least, he hadn't been influenced by the true atmosphere of the martial heaven continent. As they continued forward, the two of them began to talk more. Zichen wasn't a good talker, so Xie Xin would usually start the conversation first. However, Xie Xin tactfully avoided asking him about his background. The two of them continued onward. Xie Xin was extremely interested in the strongest ancient road. When Zichen told him about his experiences, Xie Xin sighed repeatedly. "No wonder you're so powerful. The environment of your ancient road was truly vile. It's a miracle that you were able to survive." Just as they were talking, the two of them arrived at the place Xie Xin had told them about. Looking ahead, Xie Xin's smile suddenly froze. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "What is it?" Zichen looked at Xie Xin. Xie Xin pointed to an empty space in front of them. "Here. The ancient Xiantian skill I was comprehending was right here. But why is it gone?" When Zichen heard this, his expression changed slightly. "Zichen, you have to believe me. I'm not lying to you." Seeing Zichen's expression change, Xie Xin hastily tried to explain. Zichen didn't say anything. He just stared blankly ahead. "Zichen, I really..." Xie Xin tried to explain, but even he felt that his explanation was pointless. Just now, it had been there, but now it was gone. Who would believe him? Zichen waved his hand, indicating for Xie Xin to stop. Then he looked at Xie Xin. "There's no need to explain. I believe you. It seems this world really can't hold me. I should leave." "What do you mean?" Xie Xin looked at Zichen. Zichen smiled. "You'll understand once you continue searching for the ancient Xiantian skills here." Xie Xin felt guilty that he didn't bring Zichen to the Xiantian skills. But unfortunately, he couldn't impart them to him. The appearance of Xiantian skills was legendary. It was said that they appeared naturally between heaven and earth, and before one's strength reached a certain level, they couldn't be imparted to each other. Zichen was deeply aware of this. Every time he taught Lei Yiming the 9 flashes of lightning and 7 flashes of thunder and lightning, the light spot of inheritance condensed in his hand would automatically dissipate, as if it had triggered some kind of rule and was destroyed by the rule, unable to pass it to Lei Yiming. Zichen felt like he couldn't fit in with this world anymore. He knew it was time to leave. As for Xiantian skills, Zichen didn't have any extravagant hopes. The world didn't allow him to conclude that Xiantian skills were valued in their quality, not in their quantity. After all, Zichen had only reached the second level of a Xiantian strength skill after decades of studying it. His extreme speed movement technique, 7th flash, hadn't improved much. His heavenly thunder seal's improvement was also negligible. Zichen and Xie Xin returned to the Silver World. Zichen entered the Silver World and stayed there for half a month. Chapter 847. After stepping out of the 4-8 Ancient Road, he arrived at the 4-9 Ancient Road. This was supposed to be a trading ground on the Ancient Road. However, at this moment, the sky was filled with yellow sand and there was not even a single blade of grass. Everything was as Zichen had guessed. There were still no resources to exchange, no people, and nothing with vitality. Zichen did not stay here for long. He quickly found the exit and stepped into it. Zichen had officially stepped onto the 5-9 Ancient Road. If he could reach the 5-9 Ancient Road alive, he would definitely be able to reach the first gathering place on the Ancient Road. After arriving at the 5-9 Ancient Road, Zichen felt that there was spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this world. He was obviously shocked. Along the way, the number of places that had spiritual energy of heaven and earth was less than 5. Zichen was in a dense forest. There were towering ancient trees around him. The thick roots of the trees were exposed and they looked like horned dragons. Zichen was in the air with the barbaric dragon flying beside him. Its petite body was emitting a green light as it looked down at its surroundings. Zichen spread out his spiritual thoughts to explore this world. Zichen did not find any danger wherever his spiritual thoughts passed. Zichen's spiritual thoughts continued to spread out. All he saw were ancient trees. He did not even see a small animal. These ancient trees were a few meters thick, as if they had existed for countless years. Moreover, Zichen realized that the dense forest he was in was like a sea of trees. It was boundless. His spiritual thoughts spread out for tens of miles, but he did not find any flat land. What a huge forest! Zichen retracted his spiritual thoughts and sighed in his heart. His spiritual thoughts did not detect any danger. Zichen could not help but wonder if this place was like the 4-8 ancient road where there were many opportunities waiting for him. Moreover, he did not find any abnormalities. Zichen guessed that the danger might be outside the forest. He needed to pass through this sea of trees. Just as Zichen was guessing, 2 eyes suddenly appeared on an ancient tree that was a few meters thick and a few hundred meters tall behind Zichen. These were 2 lantern-like eyes, and the 2 pale green pupils were exceptionally bright. The ancient tree opened its eyes, and its pale green eyes turned towards Zichen. It stared at Zichen, and Zichen seemed to have sensed it. He immediately turned around. After turning around, Zichen suddenly saw the ancient tree with its eyes wide open. He couldn't help but jump in fright. His expression instantly changed as he exclaimed, "Tree demon." Since it had grown eyes, the ancient tree had naturally turned into a demon. After exclaiming in alarm, the dragon soul spear appeared in Zichen's hand. Elemental energy surged around his body, making him extremely vigilant. The tree demons that had opened their eyes did not immediately attack Zichen. Instead, they stared at Zichen with their frightening green eyes. However, as one of the ancient trees opened its eyes, the other ancient trees around Zichen also opened their eyes. Zichen's expression changed greatly. They were all tree demons, all of them. There were more than 10 ancient trees around Zichen, but they were all tree demons. When they opened their eyes and saw Zichen, their pale green eyes turned cold. Boom! In the next moment, the tree demons made their move. Countless dark green branches, like long snakes, swept towards Zichen and the Torvosaurus. In the sky and on the ground, the number of branches was no less than thousands, tens of thousands. They formed a perfect defense as they coiled around Zichen and the Torvosaurus. PFFF, PFFF, the long spear in Zichen's hand danced. Streaks of spear light flashed past, and the green branches were cut off. However, only 7 or 8 of them were cut off. For the tens of thousands of branches, there was no effect at all. Moreover, the branches that were cut off were like long snakes. They were actually slithering on the ground, struggling. Dark green liquid flowed out from the cut. Zichen wanted to wave his long spear a few more times, but suddenly, he felt a pressure from the sky. Under this pressure, Zichen's advantage in the air was instantly cut off, and he directly fell down. This is forbidden sky domain. When his body fell, Zichen let out a cry of alarm. When he landed, numerous green branches had already coiled around Zichen's body. They were densely packed, like long snakes strangling Zichen. Zichen was surrounded by numerous branches. Then, the branches began to shrink, tightly constricting Zichen. During this period of time, there were also many branches that tried to pierce through Zichen's body. Zichen's situation was not good, but the Torvosaurus's side was not any better. When the green branches covered the sky, the Torvosaurus's body also fell to the ground. His body was petite, and couldn't display any powerful strength. Therefore, he immediately let out a loud dragon roar, and his body became extremely huge. However, his body was also tightly constricted by the numerous branches. Then, the branches began to retract their strength, and the Torvosaurus straightened up in the sky. A dragon roar resounded. The Torvosaurus was trying to struggle. However, after 2 roars, the Torvosaurus immediately closed his mouth. Because these branches were actually trying to enter his body through his mouth. Damn it, why is it like this? The dragon soul spear in Zichen's hand had already left his hand. He also tried to break free, but he found that it was useless. These branches were extremely tough and elastic, and were very difficult to break. Moreover, These branches were also able to suppress spiritual sense. At this moment, Zichen was unable to release his spiritual sense, and was unable to see what was happening outside. The tree demon's eyes were still cold as it stared at the two lumps of trees, one big and one small. On the surface of the lumps of trees, numerous branches were wriggling, and they looked like green snakes. The lumps of trees would occasionally expand and rumble. Zichen and the Torvosaurus were trying to break them apart with powerful energy, but it was useless. When the energy in their bodies surged, the branches would automatically loosen up to dissolve the energy. Once the energy dissipated, the branches would close up again. During this period of time, there were also branches that tried to enter Zichen's body through his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The strange tree demon caused Zichen's expression to change greatly. Moreover, the tenacious and defensive branches made Zichen feel helpless. Powerful and tyrannical attacks were useless at this moment. Suddenly, Zichen seemed to have thought of something, and a cold lightning flashed through his mind. The energy around his body was no longer surging violently, but slowly flowed out from all parts of his body, and became gentle. This was golden energy, and it carried a blazing feeling. It was like tiny golden snakes, and after leaving Zichen's body, it coiled around the branches. As the blazing energy spread, Zichen clearly felt that many branches began to tremble, as if they were afraid. At this moment, the extreme yang energy was like a gentle golden snake. Other than blazing heat, there was no destructive aura spreading out. Soon, the lumps of trees that Zichen was in were filled with golden light, and the lumps of trees were emitting brilliant golden light. After that, Zichen detonated this energy. Boom! This was pure Xiantian energy, and after it exploded, it possessed a destructive power. Above the lumps of trees, crackling sounds could be heard. Under the devastation of the golden lightning snakes, many branches exploded, turning into tiny pieces that fell to the ground. Zichen took the opportunity to rush out. After breaking free from the lumps of trees, Zichen saw that the Torvosaurus was still there. He shouted, "Torvosaurus, quickly shrink." While he was speaking, Zichen rushed towards the lumps of trees where the Torvosaurus was. However, during this time, even more branches swept towards Zichen. Facing these branches, Zichen did not dodge, and only continuously released the extreme yuan energy in his body. After the extreme yuan energy coiled around the branches, Zichen detonated them again. Everywhere Zichen passed, the branches exploded. When he arrived in front of the Torvosaurus, the lumps of trees had already shrunk. Zichen pressed his right hand on the lumps of trees, and the golden yuan energy quickly soaked all the branches like flowing water, and then detonated them again. The branches instantly shattered, and the Torvosaurus successfully escaped. After escaping, the Torvosaurus turned into a streak of green light, and coiled around Zichen's waist. Just as the Torvosaurus coiled around Zichen, an overwhelming number of branches once again coiled around Zichen. Soon, Zichen's figure was submerged once again. However, this time, the lumps of trees were much bigger than before. Because Zichen had propped up a 2-meter golden light shield, all the branches were outside of the golden light shield. The branches were very tough, but their offensive power was somewhat lacking. Zichen's extreme yuan energy shield was able to last for a period of time. But it was only for a short period of time. Because there were too many branches, the light shield had to withstand hundreds or thousands of attacks or squeezes every breath. Damn it, just a dozen treants are so difficult to deal with. Zichen's face was incomparably gloomy. At this moment, he had a powerful battle strength, but he was unable to use it. There were simply too many branches, so many that Zichen could barely move. After 2 breaths of time, the light shield's radiance had become extremely dim. Helpless, Zichen could only once again inject yuan energy into the light shield. This was not a long-term solution. He had to think of a way to break out of this place and leave. Otherwise, Zichen would be exhausted to death here. These branches were very tough, and forcefully attacking them was simply a waste of energy. He could only slowly extend his energy like before, and then detonate them. Although this method was effective, the branches were simply endless. Zichen even suspected that even if he exhausted all the energy in his body, he might not be able to shatter all the branches. Let's look at the situation first. Following the extension of his extreme yuan energy, Zichen once again exploded the branches around him. His vision was restored, but in less than a breath of time, even more branches swept towards Zichen. Damn it, it seems that if I don't kill the Treants, it will be useless no matter how many branches I shatter. From start to finish, Zichen had already broken nearly 1,000 branches, but the Treants did not react at all. Zichen guessed that these branches were an extension of yuan energy, and were not afraid of consumption at all. Therefore, Zichen decided to kill the Treants first. But with his speed, it was almost impossible for him to walk to the Treants. Just as Zichen broke through the cluster of branches for the third time, a dazzling light erupted from his body. Then, 2 rays of light, one gold and one silver, shot in 2 directions. The 2 doppelgangers were formed from energy. In the past, they were emitting a tyrannical energy, but at this moment, the tyrannical energy was useless. Thus, when all the branches wrapped around their bodies, they would slowly channel their ultimate elemental energy into their bodies. Regardless of whether it was extreme yang or extreme yin, they both had the destructive effect of lightning. Therefore, every time the branches wrapped around them, the 2 doppelgangers would be able to quickly explode the branches and approach the Treants at the same time. However, in this situation where they had to expend energy every 2 steps, the consumption was also great. Chapter 848. The 2 doppelgangers finally arrived in front of the tree demon. They looked up at the towering tree demon, their eyes expressionless. The tree demon's green eyes also saw the doppelgangers. Just as the doppelgangers were about to unleash a powerful attack to destroy the tree demon, the sky suddenly darkened. A thick tree trunk flew out from the side, like a sharp blade that emitted a green light, ruthlessly striking towards the doppelgangers. The tree trunk came at an extreme speed, bringing with it a tremendous force. A sharp whistle sounded in the air. This kind of attack could be blocked by the doppelgangers at their peak, but at this moment, the 2 doppelgangers had consumed a great deal of energy. Whether it was speed or strength, they were lacking. Zichen could see everything that the doppelgangers saw. Once the tree trunk arrived, the doppelgangers would be destroyed. He decisively shouted, "Explode! Boom! Boom!" The light on the 2 doppelgangers became increasingly dazzling, and then they exploded. The doppelgangers were pure elemental energy doppelgangers. They didn't have a yuan dan. Although their combat strength was comparable to a powerful Hutian realm martial artist, the power of their self-detonation was far inferior. The self-detonation of a Hutian realm martial artist would probably immediately turn this place into a charred black. Although the doppelganger's self-detonation power was weaker, the pure elemental energy explosion still contained an unimaginable destructive power. The destructive power turned into a storm that swept out in all directions. The whistling tree trunk that came into contact with this destructive storm instantly exploded. At the same time, the storm continued to spread. Some of the nearby branches fell on them, causing these tough branches to instantly explode. Nearly 100 branches were broken, but the toughness of these branches was still terrifying. Even more destructive energy swept towards the tree demon. As this energy wreaked havoc, a sharp and ear-piercing sound was emitted from the mouth formed under the tree demon's eyes. Zichen heard 2 sharp screams and knew that the tree demon had been severely injured. Many of the branches that were wrapped around him automatically retracted after the screams. This method was indeed effective. Zichen's eyes lit up. Although it was a bit slow, as long as he could kill the tree demon, it was fine. Just now, he had consumed a great deal of extreme yang energy. Around Zichen's body, extreme yin energy began to spread. When this energy gushed out from the cracks of the tree and filled the entire tree, Zichen detonated this energy. The tree burst open with a loud bang, and many of the branches burst into pieces. The broken branches struggled on the ground like broken green snakes. Zichen stood in place without moving, and a blinding light burst out from his body. Amidst the strong light, a gold and a silver light shot out at high speed, one from the left and one from the right, heading straight for the injured tree demon. It had only been a short time since he had arrived at the first-level world, but the elemental energy in Zichen's body was constantly being consumed. In just a short period of time, he had used 2 clones, used several energy attacks, and maintained the light barrier. Zichen's energy was gradually running out. As his energy was depleted, the golden light barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Zichen decisively took out a mid-grade origin liquid and swallowed it one drop at a time. After the transformation of his elemental energy, Zichen's recovery rate was also astonishingly high. After swallowing a total of 18 drops of mid-grade elemental liquid, Zichen's previously undepleted elemental energy was finally restored to its peak. While Zichen was swallowing the elemental liquid, the two clones finally slowly approached the injured tree demon. At the same time, according to Zichen's instructions, their bodies once again exploded. Another two earth-shattering explosions rang out. The gold and silver destructive energy completely submerged the ancient tree. A mournful and sharp cry rang out in the next moment, accompanied by a cracking sound. The tree demon had been injured previously, so there weren't as many branches blocking the clones as before. When the clones reached the tree demon's side, they didn't consume as much energy as before. They directly exploded, and the terrifying energy directly broke the tree demon's trunk. After the trunk was broken, the thick trunk fell to the ground, letting out two booming sounds. When the ancient tree was broken, it meant that the tree demon was dead. The branches that had extended previously also exploded, and Zichen immediately felt a bit less pressure. With a method to kill the tree demon, the next step was much easier. Zichen used his energy to break open the tree and send the two clones out. The task of killing the tree demon fell on the two clones. However, this time, Zichen already had experience. In order to save resources and increase efficiency, when he released the clones, he signaled them to go in the same direction and attack the same target. After the two clones flew out, they put up a light shield on their shoulders. One of them was in charge of defense, while the other was in charge of attacking the twining branches. The two clones worked together with a clear division of labor. During the process of moving forward, they didn't need to stop and could reach the tree demon at the fastest speed possible. When they arrived in front of the tree demon, the two clones attacked at the same time. This way, the two clones could kill one tree demon with a single strike, and at the same time, they could also seriously injure the second tree demon. In this way, after repeated attacks, the number of tree demons decreased. After 2 hours, Zichen's elemental energy had recovered 3 times. The 15 tree demons were finally all killed. The tree demon was already dead, and its branches either scattered or fell to the ground. The ground was covered with scattered branches and ancient tree trunks. Not far away, there was a thick tree trunk. Bursts of green smoke were coming out from the broken parts of the trunk. Zichen's dragon soul spear fell a few dozen meters away. After the last tree demon was killed, Zichen had consumed more than half of his elemental energy. He sat down cross-legged and quietly recovered his elemental energy. In order to save resources, he didn't continue to consume elemental liquid. Instead, he relied on the surrounding spiritual energy to recover. He transformed into a dragon that was dozens of meters long and laid down beside Zichen to protect him. The spiritual energy in this place was denser, and Zichen used 4 hours to completely recover. After recovering, Zichen opened his eyes, stood up, and looked around. After the 15 tree demons were killed, Zichen was surrounded by a spacious area. The ancient tree closest to Zichen was still 300 meters away from Zichen. Zichen raised his head to look at the blue sky, but there was a helpless expression on his face. The sky restriction domain was still in effect, and they couldn't fly. The two couldn't leave through the air, and the only way was to pass through the group of tree demons. Obviously, the danger of this ancient road came from the tree demons. They were densely packed and endless. The previous battle had already given Zichen some understanding of the tree demons. There were hundreds of thousands of tree demons here, and according to Zichen's speed, he wouldn't be able to kill them all and reach the transmission station even if he killed them all in dozens or hundreds of years. Moreover, Zichen was deep in the forest, and he didn't know where the transmission station was. Therefore, pure brute force was useless. If he wanted to pass through here, he would need to have extraordinary control over his innate elemental energy to kill the tree demons in one strike. Zichen didn't know if it was a coincidence that he appeared here, but he was sure of one thing. If he hadn't transformed his elemental energy on the 4-8 ancient road, he would definitely have died here today. There were also 15 tree demons in front of him. If Zichen attracted one, he would definitely alarm the other 14. The tree demon's defense was not strong, but the branches were more difficult to deal with. The only thing Zichen had to do was to pass through the branches and kill the tree demon. However, he had not found a faster way to pass through the branches. Let's kill a wave and leave one to experiment. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly as he strode forward. It was obviously useless to fight force with force, so the Dragon Soul Spear wasn't very useful here. In fact, it couldn't be said to be useless. If he was strong enough, for example, when he reached the Mortal Origin realm, Zichen could easily destroy this place, but this was just an example. The Torvosaurus didn't follow Zichen this time, but stayed in the distance. It stayed behind so that if Zichen was in danger, the Torvosaurus could take the opportunity to help. Peng! There was a thick tree trunk in front of the Torvosaurus, which was the eye of the tree demons. The Torvosaurus slammed down with its claw, and the tree trunk exploded, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Zichen was thinking about how to quickly kill the tree demons when he was startled by the explosion. He turned his head to look at the Torvosaurus. The Torvosaurus smashed the tree trunk, but its sharp claws reached for the broken tree roots and dug out a fist-sized hard object. This is the monster core of the tree demons. Seeing the Torvosaurus digging out the hard object, Zichen walked back curiously. The hard object was grey, like old skin, and abnormally hard. The monster core of a beast was transparent and emitted light. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a monster core. He didn't find anything with his spiritual senses. During this time, the Torvosaurus found the same thing on another tree demon, but there was only one monster core on each tree demon. There were a total of 15 monsters. Since there was one monster core on each tree demon, it shouldn't be much different from a monster core. Looking at the 15 hard objects and the endless ancient trees in front of him, Zichen wanted to find out more, so he used his strength to cut open the hard object. As the hard object was cut open, liquid flowed out. The liquid emitted a dark green light and contained dense spiritual energy. Could this be the heart of the tree? Zichen was puzzled. The dark green liquid was contained by Zichen's elemental energy. Zichen dipped his finger in a drop and put it in his mouth. He found that the liquid was actually sweet. The liquid contained dense spiritual energy and had a recovery effect on elemental energy. I can use it as a resource. Zichen decisively kept it as a resource for the future. He was sure that it was the heart of the tree demons. The Torvosaurus beside him revealed a greedy look. Zichen gave the liquid in front of him to the Torvosaurus. The Torvosaurus swallowed it in one gulp, as if it had eaten a delicacy. Its eyes slightly narrowed, and its face was filled with enjoyment. Zichen turned and walked towards the ancient trees. Sure enough, after waking up one of the tree demons, the other tree demons woke up one after another. Numerous tree branches swept towards Zichen, and Zichen was instantly pulled to the center of the 15 tree demons. Just like before, Zichen used his doppelganger to kill the other tree demons. This time, the efficiency was very fast. In less than 2 hours, he killed 14 tree demons. As for the other tree demon, Zichen planned to kill it himself. There were still thousands of tree branches surrounding Zichen. After exploding a wave, Zichen jumped out of the encirclement. As soon as he jumped out of the encirclement, the tree branches were like long snakes, crazily rushing towards Zichen. Light flashed under Zichen's feet, and he used extreme speed footwork to retreat. This retreat took him 100 meters, until he was out of the tree branches' attack range. Thousands of tree branches stretched out straight, 1 meter away from Zichen. They wriggled up and down, trying to attack Zichen. With experience, Zichen knew that these tree branches were indeed an extension of magic energy. They weren't afraid of consumption at all. No matter how many he blew up, they could quickly regrow. Chapter 849. Zichen's Yuan Li began to extend, but compared to the tens of thousands of treants, Zichen could only extend a few dozen strands of Yuan Li, and these strands of Yuan Li could only extend 2 meters. The Yuan Li extended 2 meters and wrapped around the branches. Before the Yuan Li could extend any further, the Yuan Li began to lose control and exploded. The Yuan Li exploded, and the dozens of branches in front of him were blown apart. But in the blink of an eye, a green light flashed at the end of the broken branches, and the branches grew back. Before he could kill the treants quickly, the only treant left was Zichen's sparring partner. Zichen stood outside the treant's attack range, and controlled his Yuan Li to extend bit by bit. These Yuan Li were like golden snakes, spreading to the branches and wrapping around them. 2 meters, this was Zichen's current limit. After 2 meters, the Yuan Li would lose control and explode. Zichen experimented over and over again, and soon his Yuan Li was depleted. Although it had been more than a year since his Yuan Li had transformed to the Xiantian realm, he had not carefully felt this Xiantian Yuan Li. In the past year, Zichen had spent most of his time searching for Xiantian techniques. Moreover, the transformation of the Xiantian Yuan Li was a qualitative change, and Zichen found it very difficult to control it. In the past, Zichen was used to using violent Yuan Li to kill. He had never realized that he was lacking in controlling Yuan Li's Yuan Li. This time, after encountering the treants, he finally discovered this flaw. The Yuan Li in his body was quickly depleted. Zichen retreated a few dozen meters and began to recover. Sitting cross-legged, Zichen took out the treant's heart. After breaking it open with force, he swallowed the dark green juice. There were countless ancient trees and treants here, and naturally, there were also many treants' hearts. Zichen was not worried about consuming Yuan Li's Yuan Li, so he had to make the best use of his time to recover. The spiritual energy contained in the treant's heart was refined and turned into pure energy, restoring Zichen's abdomen. During the process of absorbing this energy, Zichen discovered that there was a gentle energy in the refined treant's heart. After this energy entered abdomen and merged with his Yuan Li, it seemed to have changed his Yuan Li. Soon, the energy in the treant's heart was refined, and the vague feeling disappeared. After refining the second treant's heart, the feeling reappeared, and Zichen's Yuan Li also recovered. After recovering his Yuan Li, Zichen once again stepped forward and fought with the treants. After reaching the treant's heart, he started releasing his Yuan Li's Xiantian Yuan Li. Zi's Xiantian Yuan Li was of his Yuan Li's Yuan Li. Very quickly, the elemental energy coiled around the branch and reached 2 meters. Previously, Zichen's elemental energy could only reach 2 meters, but now, after 2 meters, the elemental energy was still within his range of control. Zichen was overjoyed and continued to extend the treant's heart. After extending the treant's heart by 10 centimeters, the Yuan Li went out of control and exploded. With an improvement of 10 centimeters, Zichen's face lit up with joy. But he wasn't sure if it was because of the treant's heart, or because of his continuous practice. It didn't matter which reason it was, because regardless of the former or the latter, Zichen's control over the Yuan Li had increased. Following that, Zichen practiced with great confidence, and Zichen's improvement could be clearly seen. After a day, he could already control the same amount of Yuan Li and was able to extend the treant's heart to 2.5 meters. Zichen was extremely satisfied with his progress of half a meter. After a day, 14 treant's hearts were completely consumed by Zichen. As for the other 14, because the treant was still alive, the Torvosaurus didn't go forward to collect them. Just when Zichen's Yuan Li was about to be exhausted, Zichen suddenly jumped towards the treant. Just as Zichen moved, thousands of treant's branches frantically swept towards Zichen. Bang! The energy around Zichen's body surged. As the energy surged, he knocked away hundreds of treant's branches that were about to wrap around him. After the treant's branches were knocked away, new treant's branches quickly flew towards him. Zichen took the opportunity to turn into a streak of lightning and rapidly approached the treant. During this period of time, the treant's branches constantly flickered, trying to obstruct Zichen. However, there was only one treant and it was impossible to obstruct Zichen. Zichen quickly arrived in front of the treant's branches, but a whistling sound could be heard. Numerous thick treant's trunks attacked Zichen from both sides. A whistling sound could be heard as the treant's trunks contained a powerful force. Zichen's body flashed like a streak of lightning, flashing through the gaps between the treant's trunks. At the same time, Xiantian Yuan Li appeared in both of his hands. One of his hands was yin and the other was yang, transforming into two huge balls of light. Then, the two energies fiercely bombarded the Trent's roots. The two energies fused into the Trent's roots, and under the control of Zichen's will, they exploded with a loud bang. The two energies approached each other in the Trent's roots, and wherever they passed, sharp cuts would appear on the Trent's roots, as if they were cut by a sharp blade. When the two energies approached each other, an even more violent explosion sound could be heard. The Trent's trunk, which was several meters thick, was like a wall, and was broken with a loud bang. A miserable shriek came from the Trent's mouth. Soon after, its several thick Trent's trunks tumbled backwards. After landing on the ground, a loud bang resounded, causing the earth to shake. Zichen could kill one treant with brute force. But if there were too many of them, Zichen's speed would no longer be an advantage, and brute force would be useless. When the last treant died, the Torvosaurus also flew over and began to collect the Trent's hearts. Zichen only needed 2 Trent's hearts to recover. Therefore, he left the extra one for the Torvosaurus to enjoy. It could be considered as the Torvosaurus's reward for collecting the Trent's heart. In the following days, Zichen spent his time fighting against the treants. He first used his doppelganger to kill 14 treants, and then used the last treant to practice. When he finished devouring all the Trent's hearts, he would then make his move to kill the treant. Time became monotonous and boring. But to Zichen, who was growing every day, time was very fulfilling. 10 days later, Zichen was able to control 40 strands of Yuan Li. He could now extend his Yuan Li to a length of 10 meters. In these 10 days, Zichen's control over Yuan Li had naturally become more skillful. Zichen was very satisfied with his progress of 8 meters in 10 days. However, he did not intend to continue practicing the extension of his Yuan Li. If he wanted to increase his control over Yuan Li, the only way was to continuously increase the amount of Yuan Li. Currently, Zichen could control 40 strands of Yuan Li to extend his Yuan Li to a length of 10 meters. Zichen tried to control more. On the second day, Zichen increased the amount of Yuan Li by 10 strands. This behavior of wanting to eat a big butterball in one gulp caused Zichen's control over Yuan Li to shrink to 2 meters. Once it exceeded 2 meters, the 50 strands of Yuan Li would definitely explode. After a day, Zichen did not make any progress. Regarding this, Zichen concluded that he was too greedy. On the third day, Zichen extended his 40 strands of Yuan Li to a length of 10 meters. He controlled these Xiantian Yuan Li well. At the same time, he extended his 41st strand of Yuan Li to a length of 10 meters. The results of following the rules were very obvious. Zichen was actually able to successfully extend one strand of Yuan Li's Yuan Li in a day. Regarding this, the joy on his face became even stronger. If he could increase one strand of Yuan Li's Yuan Li every day, he would be able to extend thousands of strands in 8 to 10 years. On the fourth day, after killing 14 tree demons, Zichen did not extend his 42nd strand of Yuan Li. Instead, he carefully familiarized himself with the 41 strands of Yuan Li until they were completely under his control. Then, Zichen extended his 42nd strand of Yuan Li. After a day, Zichen succeeded again. On the 5th day, Zichen familiarized himself with the Yuan Li again before trying to extend his Yuan Li. This way, Zichen did not encounter any bottlenecks. Furthermore, as the number of tree hearts increased, Zichen could clearly feel that the Xiantian Yuan Li had changed. Compared to before, the Xiantian Yuan Li was still as powerful as before, but it was more restrained. When the energy was restrained, when it suddenly erupted, its power would be less than before. As time passed, the speed at which the two doppelgangers worked together to kill the tree demons became faster and faster. One day, Zichen suddenly had an idea. Could the doppelgangers be like him and use the same method to kill the tree demons? Furthermore, because the doppelgangers only had one strand of Yuan Li, it would allow Zichen to have a clearer perception and better control of his Yuan Li. Hence, after killing 14 tree demons, the two doppelgangers also joined in to control Yuan Li's Yuan Li. With the addition of the doppelgangers, Zichen could clearly sense the changes in his Yuan Li. Furthermore, with the cooperation of the doppelgangers, Zichen's progress was very fast. Subsequently, the Torvosaurus who had nothing to do also joined in. Very quickly, a year passed. During this year, because of the addition of the doppelgangers, Zichen's understanding of the extreme yin and extreme yang Yuan Li had deepened. Furthermore, the Yuan Li that Zichen could now control was half yin and half yang. The amount of Yuan Li that he could control had also reached over 500 strands. Such a huge improvement was all because of the two doppelgangers. Over 500 strands of Yuan Li, half yin and half yang, exploded, creating a vacuum that was tens of meters wide in an instant. As Zichen refined more and more tree hearts, Zichen's progress also became faster and faster. By the second year, the amount of Yuan Li that Zichen could control had already exceeded 1,000 strands. 1,000 strands of Yuan Li could be released from his body, extending over 10 meters. It was extremely frightening. There were resources here, and he could also train his Yuan Li. It could be said that it was a good place that was hard to come by. To Zichen, there was still plenty of time. It was not yet time for him to be rejected by the world. Hence, Zichen stayed here for another year. In the third year, the amount of Yuan Li that Zichen could control had already exceeded 2,000 strands. The reason why he could double that in a year was also because of the breakthrough in the strength of Zichen's doppelgangers. Originally, the two doppelgangers were only at the peak of the Hutian realm. Their energy was not yet at the Xiantian realm. However, Zichen used the doppelgangers every day for 2 years, and the doppelgangers transformed again. But now, Zichen and his two doppelgangers had the battle prowess to contend against 3 Xiantian realm experts of the same level. Not only that, they could easily kill them. If it was purely about restraining, then Zichen could deal with 5 of them. 1 against 5, this was an extremely frightening number. 2,000 strands of Yuan Li that extended over 10 meters could be said to be several hundred times stronger than 3 years ago. After staying here for 3 years, the 2,000 strands of Xiantian Yuan Li could completely pass through this place. Chapter 850. In the following half a month, Zichen gave up on controlling the 2,000 strands of Xiantian Yuan Li and focused on controlling the 1,000 strands. Zichen wholeheartedly controlled the 1,000 strands of Xiantian Yuan Li. Half a month later, Zichen was able to control the 1,000 strands of Xiantian Yuan Li at will. It was time for him to leave. The barbaric dragon turned into a streak of green light and coiled around Zichen's waist. After his Yuan Li recovered to its peak, Zichen strode forward. His body was surrounded by a golden energy shield. For the past 3 years, Zichen had been walking in a straight line. The tree demons in the deeper parts of the forest were more sensitive and had already awakened when he was still tens of meters away. Swish swish. The awakened tree demons quickly controlled their branches and formed an inescapable net. Under this situation, Zichen couldn't dodge at all. He allowed the branches to surround him and drag him to the center of the 15 tree demons. Zichen, who was pulled straight by the branches, was about 50 meters away from the surrounding tree demons. This number wasn't accurate, but the difference wouldn't be more than 20 meters. In other words, the furthest tree demon from Zichen was only 70 meters away. And the Xiantian Yuan Li that Zichen could control was 100 meters away. The defensive light shield around Zichen was just enough to protect him. With the increase in his control, Zichen's light shield also became more tenacious. Zichen, who was being pulled straight, suddenly closed his eyes and allowed the vines to attack the light shield. 1,000 strands of gold and silver elemental energy flowed out of his body and followed the surrounding vines into the distance. At this moment, if someone was in the air, they would be able to see the strands of Yuan Li entwining the tree demons through the branches. Some of the Yuan Li entwined the tree demons through the branches, while others through the ground or the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 strands of Yuan Li entwined around the 15 tree demons. Each tree demon had dozens of Yuan Li. Among the Yuan Li, the amount of Yuan Li was equal to the amount of Yuan Li. All the Yuan Li entwined around the tree demons. Within the light shield, Zichen opened his eyes. Boom. A strand of Yuan Li exploded. Boom. Boom. Streams of elemental energy exploded. Boom. 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 All of the elemental energy exploded, and explosions came from all directions. Thousands of elemental energies that were hundreds of meters long exploded, and with the impact of the collision between the two types of elemental energy, the area instantly turned into an energy storm. Zichen was at the center of the energy storm. His body could not help but sway left and right, and he could not stand steadily. In his ears, other than the sounds of energy explosions, there were also shrill howls. These were the howls of the treant before its death. Zichen had heard them hundreds of times. Just a few dozen strands of energy were not enough to kill a tree demon. However, among the strands of energy that Zichen had extended, half of them were extreme yin and half of them were extreme yang. The terrifying destructive power produced by the collision of yin and yang was the key to victory. After the energy storm dissipated, Zichen's surroundings were already quiet. The sharp howls had disappeared, and the tall ancient trees had collapsed. One attack had easily killed 15 tree demons, and it hadn't consumed much energy. This attack had proven Zichen's growth over the past 3 years. The barbaric dragon turned into a streak of light and rushed towards the dead tree demons. It then used its sharp claws to cut open the bodies of the tree demons and took out their tree hearts. There were a total of 15 tree hearts. Apart from the one it had devoured, the rest were all given to Zichen. Everything was as usual. Zichen smiled as he accepted the tree hearts and continued forward. 3 minutes later, a series of energy explosions echoed once again. Mournful howls kept echoing in his ears. The rumbling sounds of the collapsing tree trunks caused the ground to tremble. All kinds of chaotic sounds lasted for no less than a minute before slowly disappearing. In 4 minutes, Zichen killed a wave of tree demons. Then, the barbaric dragon spent half a minute to collect the tree hearts, while Zichen rested for half a minute. Including the casting time, Zichen needed around 7 minutes to finish his attack. 7 minutes was all it took for Zichen to kill a wave of tree demons. After killing 20 waves of tree demons, Zichen's yuan energy consumption had exceeded 80%. Next, Zichen needed to refine the tree hearts to recover. This sea of trees was very big, as if there was no end to it. Zichen had been moving forward in a straight line, not killing any tree demons along the way. Even so, Zichen could still obtain hundreds to thousands of tree hearts in one day. As for Zichen himself, he had to refine dozens of tree hearts a day. This was not only for the purpose of recovering yuan power, but also for the spiritual energy contained within the tree hearts, which was of great help in controlling yuan power. Zichen's great improvement in just 3 years was naturally due to the help of the tree hearts. As time passed, as a large number of tree demons were killed, Zichen's control also increased. First, it was 1,000 strands of yuan energy. Then, it slowly increased until it reached the limit of his control. This kind of killing continued for half a year. In this half a year, Zichen almost didn't sleep or rest, and the number of tree demons he killed was uncountable. And in this 3.5 years of dealing with tree demons, Zichen's entire world had turned green. Now, every time he opened his eyes and saw a green world, he would feel a sense of discomfort and boredom. This world hadn't rejected Zichen yet, but he was the first to reject this world. Moreover, Zichen had a feeling that if he didn't find the exit soon, he would directly collapse. Time had already been monotonously repeating for 3.5 years. Fortunately, after half a year, Zichen finally saw the teleportation platform to leave. However, that huge teleportation platform was also green. Zichen had already been here for a long time. When he saw the teleportation platform in the forest, he didn't hesitate. After killing the tree demons, he flashed and stepped on it. There was still a wave of tree hearts that hadn't been collected yet. Zichen had already declared that he didn't want them. After 3.5 years, Zichen left the ancient road. His gains were the transformation of his doppelganger, the increase in his control of yuan energy, and the acquisition of many tree hearts. When he arrived at the ancient road, there wasn't any heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, the world was grey. Zichen let out a deep breath. To him, this world was an extremely normal one. Even if there wasn't any heaven and earth spirit energy, he was still willing to stay here. Following Zichen's arrival, a battle had descended upon this world. With the increase in his control, Zi Chen's energy attacks had become less berserk. Instead, they had become more tenacious and cohesive. It could also be said that they had become more agile. The energy attacks he released were more concentrated and didn't disperse. Naturally, the power of his attacks had also become more powerful. Now, Zi Chen could completely be like the tree demons. He could completely conceal all of his Yantian true origin and not expose his Yuan energy realm. It was just like how Zi Chen's spiritual sense couldn't detect that the ancient tree was a tree demon. In this fierce battle, Zi Chen began to practice his Yantian techniques. Heavenly Thunder Seal, Strength Technique, and 9 Lightning Passes. These 3 Yantian techniques still had a lot of room for improvement. In this ancient world, the Torvosaurus wasn't as lucky as last time. Facing the attacks of numerous creatures, it also had to participate in the battle. Zi Chen and the Torvosaurus fought a bloody battle until they found the exit of this world. When they left this world, Zi Chen had already stayed here for 2 years. In these 2 years, Zi Chen had obtained more materials. His understanding of Yantian techniques and his combat power had also increased. Next, it was the main style of the ancient road, battle. Zi Chen fought his way from the ancient road to the ancient road. For the ancient road of the strongest ancient road, increasing one's strength through battle was the way to go. After several years of battle, Zi Chen's physical strength once again broke through and reached level 8. With level 8 perfect body, his combat power was much stronger than before. In addition to the Yantian strength technique that he had comprehended over the years, Zi Chen's combat power had increased greatly. If Zi Chen were to return to the land of chaos now, the patriarchs of the 5 major forces would be respectful to him. The Torvosaurus's strength had also reached the peak of level 8 and was not far from level 9. When he reached the teleportation formation of the ancient road, Zi Chen's body was covered in blood. His black robe was soaked in blood and his entire body was covered in blood. The dragon soul spear in his hand that was originally not stained with blood was also dripping with blood. The green Torvosaurus also looked like it had just walked out of a blood pool. The green light around its body was completely covered by the blood. It had become a blood dragon. Below their feet, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. It was like a world of Azura. The teleportation formation was right in front of them. They would arrive at the ancient road in the next moment. Zi Chen's cold and calm heart suddenly became nervous. The human gathering place was right in front of them. However, Zi Chen began to hesitate. His blood-stained face was filled with hesitation, anticipation, and nervousness. It was extremely complicated. He was nervous and worried. He was afraid that he would not be able to find the person he was looking for. Zi Chen stood on the teleportation formation for an hour. Then, he took a deep breath and used his elemental energy to shake off the bloodstains on his body. He then changed into a clean set of clothes. The Torvosaurus also appeared in its miniature form. Ancient Road of 5-9, here I come. Zi Chen took a deep breath and stepped onto the teleportation formation. Following the flash of light, Zi Chen's figure disappeared. When Zi Chen reappeared, he realized that he had arrived at a desolate world. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. There was also no life. It was dead silent. Zi Chen's face, which was full of anticipation, instantly froze. He shouted, "How could this be?" Zi Chen was completely dumbfounded. This was because this place was too similar to the ancient roads of First 9, Second 9, Third 9, and Fourth 9. They were all trading places. However, there was no life. It was dead silent. Where is the ancient road of 5-9? Isn't it the first gathering place of humans? Where is the person? Looking at the dead silent ancient road of 5-9, which did not have even a bit of spiritual energy, Zi Chen shouted loudly. However, there was not even an echo when he shouted. Zi Chen's face was filled with disappointment. Then, his face was filled with despair. Do I have to walk all the way to the ancient road of 9-9 before I can see the person? Zi Chen roared at the sky, but there was no answer. Frustration, unwillingness, and anger appeared in his heart. At this moment, Zi Chen hated this damn ancient road of the strongest trial. After venting for a full hour, Zi Chen flew into the distance. There was really no one here. There was nothing. There was not even a weathered building. Just as Zi Chen was angered until he wanted to curse, he suddenly saw a stone house. Zi Chen was startled. His face was filled with astonishment. The lonely stone house sat on the dead silent ground. However, before Zi Chen could get close to the stone house, he heard the stone house creak. Then, the stone door opened and an old man walked out. Chapter 851. The old man was wearing a sackcloth. He was in high spirits, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. He swept his gaze across Zi Chen. Suddenly, Zi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He actually felt a sense of crisis. With just a glance, Zi Chen felt as if he was standing naked in front of the old man. He was completely seen through. His original intention was to go down, but he changed his mind. He looked at the old man with extreme fear. The two of them, one in the sky and one on the ground, stared at each other. The old man's gaze swept across Zi Chen's body. His expression was not cold, but it was definitely not gentle. His gaze shifted, and the old man's eyes fell on the Torvosaurus on his waist. The Torvosaurus also sensed it. It lowered its head and looked at the old man. Seeing the Torvosaurus, the old man's eyes flashed with an undetectable light. His gaze once again fell on Zi Chen. He said indifferently, "You have 6 hours to exchange for resources. 1 hour has passed. Now you have 2.5 hours left." Ah! Zi Chen was startled. He looked at the old man. The old man glanced at Zi Chen again and said coldly, 4 hours left. Zi Chen did not understand. He asked, "Senior, I don't know what you mean. 1.5 hours left." The old man did not explain. Instead, he shortened the time by 1 hour again. His voice became cold. Zi Chen's expression changed. He did not understand what the old man meant, but he did not dare to ask again. His figure quickly descended. The moment he landed, an energy light screen appeared in front of the old man. There were some words recorded on it, and there were some numbers behind the words. However, these were the most ancient words. There was a whole page, and Zi Chen could not recognize more than 5 words. It was as if he was reading a book from heaven. He could only ask, "Senior, what is written on it?" "I don't understand." The old man snorted and waved his big sleeve again. The words on the light screen were changed to words that Zi Chen could recognize. The first thing that Zi Chen saw was the fruit of strength. Fruit of strength, 1 contribution point for 1 fruit. Zi Chen was extremely surprised that there was a fruit of strength on the screen. After that, there was an introduction to the fruit of strength. It can increase one's physical strength and restore one's physical strength. It is very useful for physique cultivators and is an inheritance for physique cultivators. Zi Chen's gaze moved down and saw the second item. Low-grade elemental liquid, 1 contribution point for 100 drops. Middle-grade origin liquid, 1 contribution point for 10 drops. High-grade elemental liquid, 1 contribution point for 1 drop. And at the back was the introduction of the origin liquid. A small amount can recover origin power, while a large amount can break through bottlenecks and increase one's cultivation level. Core condensation pill, 1 contribution point for 1 pill. Effect description, increases elemental energy control and condensation. Under the core condensation pill, Zi Chen actually saw the exchange list for primeval stones. Middle grade primordial stones, 1 contribution point, 100 stones. High grade primordial stones, 1 contribution point, 10 primordial stones. Supreme grade primordial stone, 1 contribution point. Effect, it can be used for cultivation or setting up formations. The higher the grade of the primordial stone, the stronger the formation. As Zi Chen's gaze moved down, he saw the entire exchange list. Zi Chen was immediately dumbfounded. There were too many resources, too many. So many that Zi Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Furthermore, there was no lack of true heavenly treasures. Other than resources, there were also pill weapons. There were all kinds of pill weapons, some for offense, some for defense. Looking at this list, Zi Chen felt as if he was in a trance. Could it be that all the resources of the entire Martial Heaven continent were gathered here? The majority of the resources here could be exchanged for at least one contribution point. And the things that could be exchanged for were too many, too good, and too useful. For example, top-grade pill weapons, 1 contribution point for 1. High-grade pill weapons, 1 contribution point for 10. Ordinary pill weapons, 1 contribution point for 100. This was an offensive alchemy weapon. It was the same for defensive alchemy weapons. There was also the Azure Spirit Pill. Looking at its introduction, Zichen found that its effect was the same as a treasure pill. In fact, its effect even surpassed that of a treasure pill. But its price was only 1 contribution point. Other than that, Zichen also saw the Yuan Recovery Pill. The Yuan Recovery Pill was the blood Yuan pill that Zichen had always been using. Ordinary Yuan Recovery Pills could be exchanged for 100 with 1 contribution point. High-grade Yuan Recovery Pills could be exchanged for 10, and top-grade Yuan Recovery Pills could only be exchanged for 1. Zichen guessed that these top-grade pills were refined from high-grade Yuan liquefied pills. A single one was enough to restore all the Yuan energy in Zichen's body. Seeing so many resources, Zichen was dazzled. He felt like he couldn't bear to look at them. As for the rest, he didn't even dare to look because there were just too many good things. However, looking at the exchange list, Zichen quickly found a problem. There was a problem with this exchange list. That meant there was a loophole. A drop of high-grade Yuan liquefied pills could be exchanged for 100 drops of middle-grade Yuan liquefied pills. But the same amount of contribution points could only be exchanged for 10 drops of middle-grade Yuan liquefied pills. If he really wanted to use 1 contribution point to exchange, then 1 drop of high-grade Yuan liquefied pills would naturally be better than 10 drops of middle-grade Yuan liquefied pills. Moreover, if he were to trade outside, he would make 10 times the profit. In addition to the loopholes, Zichen also found that the other items on the list also had loopholes. Moreover, the loopholes were even bigger. For example, a fruit of strength was also exchanged for 1 contribution point. But in Zichen's opinion, the true value of a fruit of strength was much higher than a drop of high-grade Yuan liquefied pills. Not to mention 1 drop, even if it was 10 drops, there would still be people willing to exchange for it. Finding a loophole, Zichen was secretly delighted. But Zichen quickly came to his senses. So what if he found a loophole? Not to mention whether the items on the list were real or fake, just the contribution points on the list were things that Zichen didn't have. The old man kept looking at Zichen, his face expressionless. But Zichen's expression was constantly changing. Finally, Zichen plucked up his courage. Regardless of whether the list was real or fake, he first needed to figure out what contribution points were and how to obtain them. He moved his gaze away from the exchange list with great difficulty and looked at the old man. He asked respectfully, "Senior, may I ask what contribution points are and how I can get them?" The old man didn't immediately answer, only looking at Zichen. Zichen's expression became increasingly anxious. There was less than 3 hours left to exchange for resources. Zichen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain more contribution points in such a short time. Zichen became more and more anxious. The old man's expression finally changed. The previous coldness had disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He said, "Take out all the materials you obtained on the ancient road. Wait for me to appraise these materials, and the estimated price will be in contribution points." The old man's attitude became more amiable. Zichen also hurriedly expressed his thanks, joy appearing on his face. From the 1st day to the 5th day of the 9th day, Zichen had obtained countless materials. Furthermore, he hadn't exchanged them all this time. It could be said that they were finally put to good use. Zichen took out all the materials he had on him as quickly as possible. These materials piled up in front of him, forming small mountains of materials. On the way here, he hadn't been able to exchange for any materials. There were so many that Zichen found them annoying. He hadn't even picked up the bad ones on the way here. But now, these materials were finally put to good use. After taking out so many materials, Zichen suddenly felt that he didn't have many materials. Not only did he not have many materials, but there were also too few materials. Furthermore, Zichen was also somewhat regretting his foolish action of only snatching resources on the 4-8 ancient roads and not taking materials. As the materials were laid out, the old man's eyes swept over them. It could be seen that the old man's eyes were filled with disdain. He clearly didn't care for these materials. Zichen's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't have any confidence. He carefully asked, "Senior, can these materials be exchanged for contribution points?" The old man nodded and said, "Although they are all trash, they can be exchanged." Zichen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. As long as they could be exchanged, it was fine. However, before he could even catch his breath, the old man pointed at a small pile of materials in front of him and said, "These are power crystals. There are too many impurities and they are too trash. I can barely exchange them for 1 contribution point." Zichen's heart immediately sank when he heard this. Clearly, the old man's estimation of the material's value didn't have any standards at all. Everything was based on each person's preferences. At this moment, Zichen was also guessing whether the loopholes on the list that he had so proudly found were also made based on the old man's preferences. Otherwise, why couldn't the old man see the loopholes that even a fool could see at a glance? This was the old man's territory, and the old man was the boss. Zichen could only nod. That pile of power crystals seemed to be worth only 3 contribution points. Then, the old man pointed at the materials next to him and said, "These things can barely be counted as 30 contribution points." When Zichen heard this, his body staggered and he almost fell. Of course, it wasn't because he was too excited, but because he had encountered a shock that caused it. He had received 30 contribution points all of a sudden because the old man had directly pointed at a small mountain of materials. Such a mountain of materials could only be exchanged for 30 contribution points. Sure enough, the old man had lost his patience to appraise. He pointed at another mountain of materials and said, "Those are also trash, but they are considered the best of the worst. I'll give you 80. Zichen's face was full of gratitude. He was afraid that the old man would say 30. This was because after the old man finished speaking, he didn't ask whether Zichen agreed to the exchange. With a wave of his sleeve, he would directly take away the materials. This was almost a forced appraisal. Zichen didn't dare to say a word, so he could only smile and hope that the old man would give him more. "These can barely be counted as 60. These are too trash. 20. Just as the old man's finger moved, Zichen's resources rapidly decreased. Zichen's heart was bleeding because after comparing, the true value of many of the materials exceeded the old man's contribution points. How was this an estimation? This was clearly a random price. Moreover, it was a round number each time. Couldn't it be 61, 23, or something like that? This way, there would be a lot more. After the old man gave the price, Zichen hurriedly memorized it and then calculated in his heart. If he didn't calculate and the old man forgot to add up the contribution points later, it would be over. Moreover, this wise old man, Zichen, gave Zichen an extremely unreliable feeling. After all the materials were appraised and all were taken away, the old man looked at Zichen and said, "Only these materials." When Zichen heard this, he was about to cry. It seemed that he hadn't even appraised the last pile of materials that was taken away. P.S. Hey, this smile is a bit bitter. The interest of others can destroy all of one's efforts. Sure enough, the cruelest thing is reality. If you have the patience to wait, there will be an update tonight. Today, a friend told me that there will be a power outage tomorrow. Coincidentally, I have something to do, so I may not be able to update tomorrow. Actually, it was announced on TV, but I rarely watch TV. I only found out when I met and chatted with you today. Chapter 852. Zichen didn't dare get angry with the old man for taking away the materials without appraising them. He could only carefully say, "Senior, I haven't appraised the materials you just received." The old man's expression immediately became unhappy. Zichen hurriedly explained, "Senior, you can just take it as you see fit. 20. The old man didn't even think about it. Zichen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The old man might have already forgotten what materials he had just received. Chen estimated it to be 50, but the old man gave him 20. But he hurriedly remembered it and added it. Needless to say, everything added up to a very optimistic sum of contribution points. The old man looked at Chen and said, "Do you have any more materials? If not, you can start the exchange." Chen's expression changed, then he clenched his teeth and said, "Senior, I still have some materials here." Then a light flashed in Chen's hand, and a large amount of things appeared. These things were extremely hard and looked like nuts. After they appeared, they jumped on the ground. There were already more than 10,000 of them. The old man looked at these hard things and said indifferently, "It's the heart of a tree." Chen nodded and waited for the old man to appraise them. But the old man waved his sleeve and directly took them away. Chen was dumbfounded. He took them away again without appraising them. "Senior, this." Chen looked at the old man anxiously. "Everything adds up to a total of 1,000 contribution points." The old man gave a round number. Chen wanted to cry when he heard that. He hurriedly explained, "Senior, don't. Just the materials alone add up to more than 1,000 contribution points." "Is that so? Then let's count it as 1,000. The old man gave another round number. "Senior, now it adds up to 1,090 contribution points. Could it be that those things are only worth 10 contribution points? Then 1,200. Hearing the old man casually give a number, Chen could see that the old man didn't care at all. The contribution points that he valued so much were just a number in the old man's eyes. All the materials had been exchanged for 1,200 contribution points. If they were all exchanged for strength-enhancing fruits, they would only be worth 1,200. Back then, the barbarian god had given Chen over 1,000 fruits of power for free. However, Chen had long since wasted those fruits of power. Looking at the list, Chen felt very conflicted because he didn't know what to exchange for. After looking at it for a long time, Chen still couldn't make a decision. Then, he asked, "Senior, I've arrived at the 5th 9 Ancient Road. Isn't it said that the 5th 9 Ancient Road is the first gathering place of the ancient roads? Why is it like this?" "This is the first gathering place on the ancient road," the old man said. "Ah." Chen was dumbfounded once again. "How can this be? Shouldn't there be a lot of trial takers?" Chen's face was filled with anxiety, and his expression kept changing. He didn't know what had gone wrong. Seeing Chen's embarrassed look, the old man laughed loudly and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Then, the old man praised, "You're very good to be able to come here. I'm here to give you compensation and rewards. As for the real 5th 9 Ancient Road, you haven't arrived yet." Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then, he asked, "Compensation and rewards? What are they?" The old man pointed at the list in front of him and said, "I'll compensate you with a chance to exchange for resources. As for the rewards, you'll be rewarded with 10 times the contribution points." What? Hearing the compensation, Chen didn't think much of it. However, when he heard the rewards, Chen instantly lost his composure and exclaimed loudly, "10 times the reward. Is it true? Senior, 10 times the reward. Is it really 10 times the reward?" The old man was very satisfied with Chen's excited look. The old man nodded and said, "Of course. Haha, that's great. Senior, you're the best. Right now, I have 1,200 contribution points. That means that the tenfold reward is 12,000 contribution points. Adding that to my previous 1,200 contribution points, I now have 13,200 contribution points." Chen shouted excitedly. He didn't see at all that the old man's smile suddenly froze. Contribution points can be calculated like this. It was supposed to be 10 times the reward, but Chen actually calculated an extra 1,200. This kind of calculation was simply genius. The old man coughed dryly and said, "Chen, 10 times the reward means 10 times the reward." Chen was still in a state of excitement. When he heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, senior. 10 times the reward means 10 times the reward. 12,000, plus my 1,200, that's 13,200. Haha, there's no mistake. It's only 10 times the reward, there's no extra reward. The old man repeated, his face dark. Zichen hurriedly nodded and explained, yes, that's right. I didn't ask for extra rewards. 10 times the reward plus my previous rewards. There's no mistake. Why do you have to add your contribution points? That's what I used to exchange for. What, is it wrong? Zichen asked, puzzled. The old man was about to collapse. Why couldn't he understand? Zichen also felt a little helpless. This old man's calculations were really bad. You still haven't figured it out. Zichen looked at the old man and said, then forget it. I don't want the other 1,200. 12,000 it is. What do you mean forget it? The old man was angry when he heard this. I'm still short of your contribution points. I'll give you the other 1,200 too. Zichen hurriedly thanked him. He thought that although the old man's brain wasn't very bright, he was a good person. Then, Zichen seriously looked at the resources recorded on the list. At the top of the list were all things that could be exchanged for with 1 contribution point. Zichen actually saw thunder liquid essence at the bottom. As time went on, Zichen saw more and more resources, and the contribution points he needed to purchase them increased as well. At the bottom, Zichen saw skills. They were all relatively powerful Hutian skills. These Hutian skills required hundreds to hundreds of contribution points. Seeing these Hutian skills, Zichen was very surprised. But the contribution points required were too much, and they were useless to Zichen. Zichen disdained to exchange for them. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened as he looked at the list. His face was filled with disbelief. He actually saw Xiantian skills after Hutian skills. Real Xiantian skills. Zichen stared blankly at these Xiantian skills. That's right, it's these, not this. There were 10 types of Xiantian skills that could be exchanged. What kind of concept was 10 Xiantian skills? Zichen had never thought about it, nor did he dare to think about it. These Xiantian skills are real. Zichen stared blankly at these Xiantian skills recorded on the list. Of course, how can they be fake? The old man said proudly. Zichen couldn't help but click his tongue. He sighed at the old man's generosity. In this dead world, he found an old man exchanging resources, and the old man actually took out several Xiantian skills. This gave Zichen an extremely unreal feeling. It actually costs 5,000 contribution points. Seeing the contribution points required to exchange for Xiantian skills, Zichen also exclaimed. Powerful Hutian skills only cost a few hundred contribution points, but this Xiantian skill actually cost 5,000 contribution points. Even if Zichen obtained 10 times the reward, he could only exchange for 2 Xiantian skills. Zichen's gaze moved down and suddenly fell on a Xiantian skill. Heaven-splitting spear art, Xiantian skill, a total of 8 moves. The introduction of this Xiantian skill was really simple, so simple that Zichen was relatively speechless. But looking at the contribution points required, it actually cost 6,000 contribution points. The others are all 5,000 contribution points. Why does this one cost 6,000? Could it be that it's better? Zichen pointed at the heaven-splitting spear art. Xiantian skills are also divided into strong and weak. This heaven-splitting spear art is an extremely strong Xiantian skill. If it was in the past, not to mention 6,000 contribution points, you might not even be able to exchange it for 60,000 contribution points. The old man snorted and said, if I can't exchange it for 60,000 contribution points, then why exchange it for 6,000 now? Could it be that it's an incomplete skill? Zichen asked. The 8 moves are not incomplete at all, they are complete. But according to the legends, the heaven-splitting spear art has the power to split the heavens, but it requires one to be proficient in the 8 moves, and then fuse the 8 moves together to have the power to split the heavens. In these years, there are many people who have practiced the 8 moves, but no one has been able to fuse them together. Because no one has been able to demonstrate the power to split the heavens, the 60,000 contribution points became 6,000. Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. No matter how strong a skill was, if no one was able to learn it, it was useless. Just like the thunderbolt finger that was given to the Nimbus martial ancestor, and the 9 deaths of lightning that the Taishang elder had comprehended for many years. No matter how strong a skill was, it had to be suitable for the person who practiced it. Therefore, after nodding his head, Chen pointed at the heaven-splitting spear art and said decisively, 6,000 contribution points, I'll exchange it for it. Chen was so decisive, not because he was confident that he would be able to learn it, but because Chen was most interested in the heaven-splitting spear art among all the Xiantian skills, and he also liked to use spears. Apart from that, Chen already had Xiantian strength skills such as palm and fist techniques, so they were useless to him. Good boy, you have courage. The old man praised, then said, hurry up and exchange the remaining contribution points, you don't have much time left. Chen nodded his head, then looked at the list again. Except for the vitality stones, which were not attractive to him, all the other things were irresistibly tempting to Chen. Although he still had 7,200 contribution points, Chen needed too many things, so he always felt that the contribution points were too little. Chen couldn't make up his mind for a long time, so he asked again, Senior, is there any resources to exchange at the first gathering place of the ancient road? Yes. Are there any medicinal pills? Yes, almost all the things on this list can be exchanged there, but the price is a bit higher. The old man was a bit impatient. Chen was shocked when he heard this, but he also understood what resources he should choose. Chen pointed at the fruit of strength and said, Senior, give me 1,000 of this fruit of strength. Then, he pointed at the thunder liquid essence and said, give me 1,000 drops of this thunder liquid essence. Give me 500 soul condensing pills. Give me 100 thawing spirit pills. Chen pointed at the resources on the list and said that they were worth 7,200 contribution points. Among the things that Chen exchanged, there was no essence liquid, no essence stones, no medicinal pills, not even a treasure pill. He exchanged all his contribution points for items that could increase his strength, elemental energy, or spiritual senses. Obviously, Chen was planning to do business in the first gathering place of the ancient road. P.S. There seems to be a problem. I don't know what's going on.